All of our productions at GCTV are brought to you in part by The Arbors at Greenfield, assisted living community providing a unique balance of independence and personal care that offers residents and families the most precious gift of all, peace of mind. Bay State Health, providing the care you and your family need when you need it, close to home. Visit them online at baystatehealth.org. Greenfield Community College, providing access and excellence in higher education in the Pioneer Valley. gcc.mass.edu. Greenfield Savings Bank. Visit them at 400 Main Street in Greenfield. Call them at 774-3191 or go online to greenfieldsavings.com. The Hammond Family. The Hammond family are longtime supporters of Greenfield Community Television. Real Cleaning Services, cleaning Hampshire and Franklin County since 1972. We don't cut corners, we clean them. Check them out online at realclean.com or call them at 413-422-1143. New Fortune Chinese Restaurant on the Mohawk Trail in Greenfield. Visit them online at newfortunema.com. Call them at 772-0838 and check them out on Facebook. People's United Bank, located at 45 Federal Street in Greenfield. You can call them at 774-3713 or visit them online at peoples.com. Thank you to our sponsors for supporting all the productions at Greenfield Community Television.
We'll make an announcement that we are at capacity at this point. So if there's any way that people could circulate in and out to allow other people in, that would be great. I'm not everyone, this brings me to the next point. I'm not entertaining people who shout out, people who are disrespectful. There is a public comment portion. We will get to the public comment portion. You will be allowed to speak. Greenfield residents will speak first. That's our rules of procedure. If we have time after that, we will open it to non-Greenfield residents. Anyone who speaks out will be warned and then asked to leave. We will not accept people speaking out and yelling out. We're here to hear public comment from everyone. Everyone will get a chance in that fashion as I've explained it. So I will call the meeting to order at 7:05. We are at the Greenfield High School, 21 Bar Avenue. This meeting is being recorded, videotaped, and broadcasted. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. Is anyone here recording this meeting? I need your names, please. If you could stand up and say your names one at a time, that would be appreciative. Andrew Castillo. Do we need addresses? Your address, sir? 6 Elm Street. Next person who is recording the meeting. As I said, sir, this is your warning. We are not going to be shouting out at this meeting. Next person who is recording. Jeff Kramer. I'll just give the station address. Yes, please. 1300 Liberty Street. In Springfield. Next person who is recording. No. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Hi, Alyssa Ranker, 177 Chapman Street, Greenfield, Mass.
Thank you. Anybody else? GCTV, yes. Anybody else? All right, thank you. Clerk will call the roll.
Counselor Sund?
Here.
Counselor Lobeck?
Absent.
Counselor Alice?
Present.
Counselor Python?
Here.
Counselor Wainstein?
Here.
Counselor Burge?
Here.
Counselor Childs?
Present.
Counselor Stemple? Counselor Novich?
Here.
Counselor Mass?
Here.
Counselor Reynos?
Here.
Counselor Ricketts?
Present.
Counselor Maloney?
Here.
We have a quorum. The next is the Pledge of Allegiance, and this is voluntary. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of July 13th, 2017?
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions, additions, deletions? Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Councilor Mass.
Mr. President, this time I'd move to suspend the rules of procedure to allow communications from the mayor, town officers, and employees, superintendent of schools, and school committee. My understanding is that we're going to have a very lengthy public comment section. The high school principal is here on behalf of the superintendent and can't stay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, we will move directly into communications from the mayor, town officers, and employees. So, Mayor, this is your chance. Then we'll go to school department. Then we'll get into public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And councilors, good evening. I want to take this time, I know you have a very lengthy agenda. Of course, as usual, I'll take any questions on any subject. I'm going to take this time to read the existing executive order as of July 21st, 2017. Whereas I, William Martin, Mayor of the city known as the Town of Greenfield, am Chief Administrative and Executive Officer and am responsible for maintaining the well-being of Greenfield and its citizens. And whereas it is known anecdotally and by history, through conversation and by print, that the Town of Greenfield has a rich ancestral past derived from the energies and efforts of people from other countries, and that the evidence demonstrates that the richest asset of a community is its people, and that we know Greenfield is comprised of multiracial, multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural, and multi-belief people that live together with the knowledge of oneness, and that it is this strength of community, the drive to be present, to contribute to our tomorrows with sweat and dialogue, that I offer this executive order. Whereas expressed and authorized under Article 3 of the Charter of the City known as the Town of Greenfield, and for the purposes of maintaining the traditional role of law enforcement for the town, now therefore I, William Martin, Mayor, hereby state by executive order that the Chief of Police of the Greenfield Police Department and any other department so charged shall direct their departments in the following: that the Greenfield Police Department shall not authorize or employ any agreement under Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act, INA, without the expressed authorization and approval of the mayor, and that the Chief of Police shall direct the officers of the Greenfield Police Department to maintain current recurring law enforcement partnerships and to enforce requests for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, detainers that are criminal in nature or subject to a judicial-issued warrant, and that officers of the Greenfield Police Department will not inquire as to an individual's immigration status unless the status of the individual's immigration is pertinent to a criminal matter, criminal investigation, or otherwise required by federal or state law, and that each officer and municipal employee sworn by duty to serve the Constitution of the United States of America and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and to the Charter of the Town of Greenfield shall honor his or her oath under penalties of law and employment, and that the Greenfield Police Department shall continue to arrest anyone who violates criminal law and to promote the full force of prosecution in their primary and budgeted mission to serve and protect the locally governed population. And furthermore, having been a cooperative partner of the concerns for the quality of life for all residents of Greenfield, the Chief of Police shall make public his statement of the Greenfield Police Department's commitment to upholding the spirit of this executive order. And if you recall, the Chief of Police, in the following day, within 24 hours, issued the public statement from the department. I think key in this is that we have an executive order that is subject to change, certainly by another executive, another mayor. But that is also the same case for any ordinance. It is subject to the membership of the council. It can be modified or eliminated. So the other key ingredient is that under the executive order of President Trump on January 27th of 2017, the Section 287G is an opt-in. It means that the communities who elect to opt in then provide continuity and compatibility with the executive order of the President of the United States. And of course, I have said that there is no opting in for the community of Greenfield, and so that is it without the mayor's approval. You have so many things on your agenda this evening. I just want to make one other comment on a pending discussion and vote on a non-binding resolution. The most recent marijuana legislation that have come forth authorizes 20% for a tax. 17% of that is the state tax, and those revenues are dedicated. The other 3% pertains to the community, and in all negotiations with the 3 varied medical marijuana dispensaries that we've had discussions with, the 3% tax has been discussed. So the city of Greenfield will be providing the 3% tax for a medical marijuana dispensary when they're permitted and they open the doors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the mayor? Councilor Mass.
Mr. Mayor, last month I asked you about Poet Seat Tower. I spoke to the DPW superintendent this morning. He told me it has not yet gone out to bid. Can you tell us what the projection is for the repairs to Poet Seat Tower?
So the repairs are planned for this year, and certainly because of the pointing of the tower and some other steel work, painting and scraping, it's subject to the weather, so we plan to get it done before the weather hits us in Greenfield in the next 90 days.
Thank you, Mayor.
Further questions? Seeing nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Move on to communications from superintendent or school committee, or both.
Good evening. I'm Karen Patno, the newly appointed principal at Greenfield High School. I would first like to extend a sincere and warm welcome to all of you for hosting your meetings here at Greenfield High School. We're happy to have you. I'm also excited to welcome a new associate principal, Michael Bombardier. He'll be joining my other associate principal, Thomas Gaffigan, to complete our team this year. On behalf of the superintendent, please know that summer has brought much work to our school buildings, including all new energy efficient windows at Federal Street. If you haven't driven by, you should. It's beautiful. We look forward to welcoming our students and our teachers on August 30th for grades 1 through 12 and a half day on September 1st for kindergarten. We have meet and greets planned on Monday, August 28th for the high school, Newton Elementary, and Discovery School at Four Corners from 6 to 7 p.m. And Tuesday, August 29th for the middle school, Federal Street Elementary from 6 to 7. And we encourage all families to attend the meet and greet and the wonderful opportunity to meet the faculty at each of their child's schools. At the high school, we have worked collaboratively this summer with Police Chief Haig to change our traffic patterns this year to increase safety during student drop-off and pickup. All buses will now enter the high school via Kent Avenue and drop off and pick up students here at the rear event entrance. Parents and families will now drop off and pick up students in the front of the building, the previous bus lane. And this lane does remain a one-way. Additionally, all student drivers will now park in the northeast corner of the parking. This all will be in a letter to families that went out yesterday. The 8th grade academy class advisor, Judy Bennett, is working on a team building project for the 8th graders that requires white t-shirts. And we heard through the grapevine that town council is just looking if we had any requests for donations from the town or people. And any donations of white t-shirts to assist her in that project, even if they're gently used, would be greatly appreciated. Lastly, I would just like to take this opportunity. We found out yesterday that Greenfield High School has recently been recognized by U.S. News and World Report as one of the top 100 high schools in the country. So, we're very proud, and we just got our banner. It's hanging proudly in our front office, and I'm very proud to share that with all of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Just a little quick report from the school committee. At the school committee, we've have much ongoing policy review. We anticipate a long list of first and second readings at our next full committee meeting. There is negotiations with cafeteria workers and custodians are underway. Discussion on filling the position of the assistant superintendent for curriculum is anticipated also at the next full school committee meeting. Candidates for the school business administrator have not yet come forward to the committee. The job remains open to applicants. The Personnel and Negotiations Subcommittee began discussion on the Human Resources MOU, and that discussion continues on August 30th at 4 p.m. And last but not least, the full committee is looking forward to a meeting on August 21st from 4 to 8 p.m. in the Greenfield High School Library. And this is a special workshop that's facilitated by Dorothy Presser at the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. This is a working session for the school committee in order to review a school committee calendar and goals. And as with most of our meetings, this is open to the public, so members of the public are welcome to come and observe this essentially professional development for our team.
Thank you. Any questions at this point? Councilor Mass.
Yeah.
We have a pretty good big crowd here tonight, and I know the school department is always desperately in need for substitute teachers in addition to white t-shirts. If people who are here today or watching on GCTV are interested in becoming a substitute teacher, what's the process for that?
Yeah, please.
They should go to central office, which is located in the basement of the middle school on Federal Street, and they can fill out a substitute application, and Human Resources will be in touch with them. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Seeing nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Adrian.
Just so we can save the time later, there are no public hearings, so I just wanted to mention that so we can get that off the table. All right, we will move on to public comment. Elizabeth, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, this is the public comment portion of the meeting. I will be allowing Greenfield residents to speak first. I will go through the list in order of those Greenfield residents. I will then ask if anyone who is a Greenfield resident wishes to speak who is not on the list. We will take public comment from them. If we have time at the end, or if we have time in general, as we have a lot of business on our agenda, I will open it up to non-Greenfield residents. We will cross that bridge when we get there. There is a 3-minute time limit. Again, I expect that everyone will be civil and not be shouting out no matter what is being said. It is a public comment portion, and the person who has the floor for the 3 minutes has a right to speak to us. That's what this portion of the meeting is for. So I encourage and hope that everyone will follow that rule, as I will recess the meeting if it gets out of hand, and we will take a break, come back, and hope that we can get back to the business at hand. One other thing to note is we do have the fire department here monitoring our capacity. If we could just make sure that we keep the exits clear as possible, and our wonderful gentleman from the fire department will if they ask you to please move a little bit to keep the doors free of people, just please take heed of that, and please respect them asking for that. First person on the list, Lisa Tarowski. And when you come up to speak at the table, please state your name and your address for the record.
Lisa Tarowski, 729 Coleraine Road, Greenfield. Good evening. I'm going to be very brief. I'm really heartened to see so many people here tonight. It was very inspiring to hear Mayor Martin read the executive order. The language of it is a wonderful thing, given what's going on in our world right now. And I just want to encourage everyone on City Council to support this executive order, enact it so that the city of Greenfield can be a safe city for everyone, as it is now. It's not a new thing. It's just solidifying the feelings and the experience of the people that are here already. And I hope that everybody here tonight will support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, John Anderson. All set? Okay. Melinda McCraven.
Hi, I'm Melinda McCraven, 15 Stanley Street, Greenfield. I brought a poem. I didn't write it, but I hope you'll find it relevant. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here, at our sea-washed sunset gates, shall stand a mighty woman with a torch whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. It's by Emma Lazarus. It's the new Colossus, and it's on the Statue of Liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Russell. Alicia Russell.
Hi, my name is Aisha Russell. I live on 51 Garfield Street in Greenfield. I've been a resident for about a year now, and I've always come to think of Massachusetts as a whole as a very progressive state, and Greenfield, calling that home now, I would hope we would keep in our progressive and welcoming vein. I believe, as I'm hoping that most of you here as well, that no human being is illegal. And we should make sure that our neighbors feel safe and are not scared further by living here. Not very good at public speaking, but I felt compelled that I need to have this voice, because no matter how scared I am, it's not about me, it's about protecting our neighbors and standing in solidarity with them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Diane Clancy. Diane Clancy.
My name is Adrienne Figgis. I'm from Hadley, and I've been asked to read a letter from Diane Clancy, who could not be here today.
And what was your name again?
Adrienne.
Can you write And your last name?
Figgis,
And your address, please.
174 Bay Road in Hadley.
So this is,
This is a written statement from Diane Clancy, who is a Greenfield resident.
yeah. I'm afraid, just because we have a rule of procedure that if you're speaking, I'm going to have to ask you to do that because you're not from Greenfield. We do Greenfield residents first.
Can any Greenfield person read it? I'm okay with that.
Sure.
I can leave it up here for whoever wants to take it.
Just read it back.
And your name, sir?
My name is Neil Servin. I live at 30 Abbott Street.
Thank you.
We appreciate the work Karen, Rudy, Renaud, and others have done on the Safe City Ordinance. They have worked hard to hone the language. We are glad the mayor has made a declaration of a safe city. We are pleased the state is clarifying that Massachusetts carries out our own laws, not working as an extension of the federal ICE officials. Given the state of the country, especially as exposed on last Saturday at Charlottesville, we very much want the passage of this Safe City Ordinance. Once we pass this ordinance, then we are not dependent on changes in town, state, or federal government. We are glad that Mayor Martin feels his order shows a, quote, unifying message of respect from the Greenfield Recorder. We agree. Any person in this town should feel safe to be able to call the police for help without fearing they will get dragged into some complex legal process and dragged out of the country. It makes our whole town safer for all of us. We believe this ordinance makes clear some protections both to the town and to the citizenry. We know we want anyone who is being hurt by someone, yes, mainly, but not only women, to be able to go to the police and feel the police will help them. To us, this is part of ensuring a safe, vibrant community. Yes, this protects people who are undocumented, but it also helps the rest of us. This way, we are all able to be part of and contribute to our wonderful town, which makes it stronger for all of us. Our diversity is our strength. That's Diane Clancy, Susan Elkin, and Margie Dow, all of 32 Abbott Street. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Colleen.
Did I hear that right?
Andrew Colleen, yeah. That's your name.
Thank you to the town council for taking this issue on both sides of it. Very much appreciate the work. I just want to come out in opposition to voting for the Safe City Ordinance. And I just want to say to the folks up here on the council who are inclined to vote the same way, thank you, and I would just encourage you as you are up there tonight and hear from the community. So thank you very much.
Andrew, before you leave, your address, please, for the record.
Yeah, it's 104 Wells Street in Greenfield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise Amiat.
Thank you. My name is Louise Amio. I live on Madison Circle in Greenfield. Being an undocumented immigrant is no more a felony, makes no more a person a criminal than does jaywalking or speeding. When a person is so afraid, so desperate, that he or she feels the need to leave their home, their families, and their friends, that person deserves compassion and support. A society gains nothing by separating parents from their American children or by expelling young people who were brought here as children and who know no other home. I would like to thank the mayor and the police for respecting immigrants to date, and I urge the council to make the ordinance introduced by Councilor Renaud the permanent order of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernie Baker.
Hello, Bernie Baker, 22 Cleveland Street in Greenfield. Just wanted to offer my full and complete support for this Safe City Ordinance and for the details provided in the mayor's executive order. I'd simply like to say that having been devastated and embarrassed by the absolute and utter moral failure that we heard yesterday, I would like to be extremely proud of my elected officials tonight. Thank you.
Laura Baker. Laura Baker.
Hi, I'm Laura Baker, 22 Cleveland Street, Greenfield. I am urging you to please vote in favor of the Safe City Ordinance. And as an educator, I feel it is incredibly important that students who come to school will know they can come home to their families and they do not have to worry about their families not being there. And secondly, I want to remind all of us that our children watch us and they watch what we do and they learn from that. And if we want our children to grow up with strong skills in care and empathy and acceptance, then this is what we need to do for them. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Calderwood.
Mary Ellen Calderwood, 82 Sanderson Street. I am here in support of the ordinance, and I thank Councilor Renaud for bringing it forward. When I moved here in 1978, there was but one African-American family. I lived through a time where we were rejecting families from Holyoke. We did not want them to swim in our river. We have evolved culturally, politically, and I think that evolution ought to be extended to those who seek sanctuary in a very safe environment. To quote my son, actually to paraphrase my son, not to do this is so dumb, what is wrong with everybody? Thank you.
Sandra Boston.
Sandra Boston, 15 Abbott Street. That was a good laugh. I don't have a lot to add to this except to say I want this ordinance passed. I want Greenfield to stand for respect. I want Greenfield to stand for the vulnerable and for those who are struggling to make a new life for themselves. There, but for the grace of God, go every single one of us. And this is our turn to be in service to them with our way of thinking about them as a town. So I ask you please to support this ordinance. Thank you.
Wendy Goodman.
Hi, Wendy Goodman, 529 Green River Road, Greenfield. So I'm actually here for two reasons. One is to talk about the pumping station and to talk about how we're making decisions and how we're looking to resolve problems. So the pumping station has had a lot of activity that's been problematic in the last 2 years since we've opened up the bridge. And instead of trying to talk with people or setting up rules, we've closed it down. We've started by putting no parking signs on one side, and I've come to learn from Don Willett that the plan is to continue to close down no trespassing signs. There have been no parking signs on the other side. This is a community resource. It's a beautiful place. I'd love to see us be creative problem solvers. And this kind of goes into the Safe City issue as well. It's a way that we're looking at the world that we need to change how we're doing it. We need to be inclusive. The world is changing. To just put up walls and say no because we have a problem is not the way to resolve problems. It's not the way to move into the future. So I'd like to talk with people about how we can look to see what we can do different at the pumping station and keep the resource for everybody. I thank you, Rudy, for bringing forward this Safe City Ordinance. I want us to be a community known for our humanity and our compassion, and I believe that we have the resources in this town, if we're willing to look at it, to be creative problem solvers and find a way to be inclusive. Also, as far as I understand, this ordinance does not change anything. It just puts forward what we already do. So I don't understand why it's even a conversation. If we're already doing it, why not just stand up and say, this is who we are, this is what we do. Thank you.
Betsy Shapiro. Betsy Shapiro.
My name is Betsy Shapiro. I live at 17 Hastings Street. Today I sort of had this realization, and it has to do with a Nazi helmet that sits in my house. And that's because my grandfather died in World War II. He was a Jew, and he was the lieutenant commander. And my great uncle, who was a Jew who wasn't allowed to go to Harvard because he was a Jew, was a surgeon for the army. And he went to Europe, and he did his duty. And he came back, and he brought this helmet for my father. And so it sat in the house that I grew up with my entire life. And it sat as a reminder of what happens when we are afraid of other people. And when my father once said to me that the Jews must always be ready to move. That is the story and the history of the Jews, is that you must be ready. And I sort of shook him off and thought, oh, you're just carrying fear. But this weekend actually made me realize that I agree with my father. You always have to be prepared to move, because when you have a president who aligns himself with white nationalists, then you cannot trust the immigration policies or anything else that they do. And that is the moral requirement of towns to stand up against any possible change, because it can easily happen again. And it only does not happen again when we take the moral stand to say no. And it just seems like such a clear moral requirement for every single one of you that I can't imagine anything different. So please vote for Safe City. Thank you.
Benjamin Minor. Benjamin Minor. Benjamin Minor.
I've come before you this evening in support of the Safe Cities initiative. I've also come to speak directly on a point that I don't think many other people are comfortable confronting. Namely, Councillor Mass's willful mischaracterization of the contents of the ordinance and his lies about how the ordinance would affect citizens. I won't belabor the point by refuting Mr. Mass's claims down the line. For one thing, there are many people here speaking tonight who are closer to this process than I am, who can and will do a better job than I can do. But more importantly, I won't do so because the burden of proof does not fall on me. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And while Mr. Mass has indeed made some extraordinary claims, he has provided zero evidence to back these claims up. The burden of proof is his to bear. And yet he has made only some vague claims which would be easily dismissed by any lay person were they not enthralled of the fact that Mr. Mass possesses a law degree. His inability to provide evidence for his deliberately inflammatory claims is simply explained. Isaac Mass is lying. If he was so terribly concerned over the language of the ordinance, Mr. Mass could have provided assistance at any point in the 4 months since this ordinance was last brought before the town council. He did not. Furthermore, Mr. Mass has not owned up to the fact that, when he expressed his concerns about the potential unintended consequences of the ordinance's language, it was reviewed by additional lawyers who found his claims invalid. This is because Mr. Mass, either out of xenophobia or as a cynical means toward personal political gain, seeks only to destroy the Safe Cities initiative, and he knows that he cannot do it through an honest argument. He has voiced his made-up concerns at the 11th hour simply to confuse people, galvanize last-minute support, and compel town councilors to vote no. A person with a genuine concern isn't afraid to air it early and often. But a liar knows his lies cannot withstand sustained scrutiny. Don't fall for this ideological deception. We have all just had about enough of Mr. Mass's chicanery. If you believe in providing a safe and just environment for the most vulnerable among us, then vote on the side of those who have put in the hard, honest work of creating a solid ordinance to protect the least among us in our towns. Vote yes.
Sandy Kosterman. Isaac, don't, later.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege.
Councilor Mass, at this point, we will listen to the public, and you'll have your chance to refute anything that you've heard all night at that point.
I think that's out of the order of the rules, but I'll respect your decision.
Sandy Kosterman.
I have a letter to read, but when I saw this sign...
Could you just give your name and address for the record?
Sandy Kosterman, 141 Barton Road, Greenfield, Mass.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I saw the signs, I totally agree with all the signs. Immigrants make America great. My grandparents were immigrants. They came from Italy. They came to this country legally, and I have a statement that I'd like to read. What the people who are pro-ordinance have said, it really doesn't change what the local police and town employees are expected to do. So we don't see the point in even passing the ordinance other than making illegal immigrants feel safe by calling Greenfield a safe city, which we feel is encouraging them to maintain their illegal status. Doesn't being a safe or sanctuary city conflict with federal law and have the potential of federal funds being cut off for our town? We have always felt that if someone wants to come in and live in this country, that they should do so legally, as many of our grandparents and others have in the past. We have laws regarding immigration, and to disregard these laws is breaking the law, and the act of breaking the law makes the person doing so an illegal immigrant, right? We realize there are a lot of illegal immigrants in this country, and we feel the focus should not be on making safe or sanctuary cities available to them, but to make the route to legal immigration available to them. Perhaps classes to educate them on what they need to do to obtain legal status, so safe or sanctuary cities would not even be necessary. If illegal immigrants are living in a safe or sanctuary city, will they ever feel the need to work toward gaining legal status? Additionally, in the last couple of days, this came to my attention. Considering the way the ordinance is written, it is unconstitutional. Town and school employees who assist students, and these are my former students, I'm an educator, a longtime educator, retired, I won't tell you when, but I'm a longtime educator, and I taught for 31 years in the public schools of Massachusetts. Town and local school employees who assist students in filling out forms for federal loans, veterans agents who assist veterans in filling out veterans' health and benefit forms, police who assist residents in filling out firearms permits will not be allowed to do so. And I have a firearms permit that I carry, and I walk, I bike, and I need to have pepper spray or something with me for protection. Am I not going to be able to renew my firearms permit? The town councilors have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, and they need to vote this proposed unconstitutional ordinance down. I think that you should all consider putting this ordinance on the ballot for a town-wide vote and let the people decide.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Heather Blaze. Heather Blaze.
My name is Heather Blay, and I reside at 73 Federal Street in Greenfield. I'm here tonight to speak as the priest and pastor of the Episcopal Church of Saints James and Andrew, located on the corners of Church and Federal Streets in downtown. I'm also here as a mother of 2 children that attend Greenfield Public Schools. President, councilors, I ask that you please pass this Safe City Ordinance for the betterment of our community. It would be very easy to let fear drive the narrative of tonight's meeting, but I hope that instead we can move beyond the fear-mongering and recognize that we are called to work together, to work through our differences for the greater good of the people of Greenfield. In choosing to pass this resolution, Greenfield would choose to be proactive about reducing the debilitating worry of refugees and undocumented immigrants that their families will be split up. We would be choosing to create a community environment in which undocumented immigrants could report crimes perpetrated against them without fear of deportation. We would be creating a safe community for all the people that live in Greenfield, particularly our undocumented neighbors that are so very often overlooked and yet are the backbone of our community. Thank you.
Doug Mayo.
Hi, my name is Doug Mayo. I live at 143 Wells Street. I hope everyone will bear with me. I just got progressive glasses, and it took me 4 hours to write this, so there are many errors. So I'll begin by saying thank you to the Town Council for seeing the importance and significance of this ordinance by finding us a large enough venue to speak on the issue. Obviously not big enough, but let me say that my remarks do not address the legal minutia of this very important and historical town ordinance. I'll leave that to the town's legal department in conjunction with other state and federal officials to delve into, of which I'm sure they'll appreciate. I rise in support of this ordinance. My testimony on this ordinance is where it has been for me all along, at the heart and soul of what American history has shown us to be, a nation diverse with people from other countries and cultures, a diversity signing up in droves to protect this nation when we are threatened or attacked. We are a better nation for diversity, a better town. I'll leave you with this. With the first link of chain forged, the first speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably, meaning the first any man's freedoms is trodden on, damages us all. Don't vote to damage, vote to strengthen through diversity.
Mark O'Dotto.
Mark O'Dotto, 29 Prospect Street. The problem of our day is political figures who see anxiety, who see fear, who see anger, and instead of trying to alleviate it, try to aggravate it, try to exacerbate it. And so my purpose today is to bring peace. I'm not trying to rile things up. A fact that will go a long way toward making people have some peace of mind with this issue is recognizing the fact that residing in the United States as an undocumented immigrant is not in and of itself a criminal act. And unless you think I'm making something up, the kids have the internet on their phones nowadays. Look up a case called Arizona versus the United States. It was passed in 2012. It says it in black and white. It's not a crime. And I think a second fact to bring some closure to this issue is that police cannot make arrests unless they have a warrant, they have probable cause a felony was committed, or witness a misdemeanor breach of the peace. So I think that people are very upset about this issue because they don't understand what's at issue. Safe City is not about being nice to people not following federal immigration laws. It's about keeping the federal government from commandeering the town's local law enforcement resources and forcing upon Greenfield unfunded mandates. Bearing this in mind, I want to dig into the bylaw. Paragraph B, I don't know if we're going to hear from Catherine Golub or Clara Viorengo, but they have very compelling testimony, and I had ambivalent feelings about this, and I heard it and I said, well, we should do something about this. But what I didn't know at the time is on July the 24th, the state's highest court, the Supreme Judicial Court, passed down Lund versus Commonwealth. And the SJC ruled that police cannot detain people on the basis of an immigration and custom enforcement detainer. So in other words, regardless of what your issues are, regardless of what your stance is on this issue, paragraph B has been the law of the land in Massachusetts for 3 weeks now. So before I get to paragraph C, I want to say, and poor Isaac Mass here, but I'm not politically simpatico with Isaac Mass. In fact, I was spurred to run for office because he cut the school and police budget at a time they need advocates rather than adversaries. And I think the great irony of this debate is the man who masterminded cut to the police budget in May turns around in August and now wants the police to be federal immigration officers. Having said this, and I'm saying this as your friend, okay, I'm saying this as somebody who's honest and sincere, somebody who's not trying to undermine what you're trying to do, paragraph C has problems, okay? My reading of it is that the town clerk could not verify citizenship before people register to vote. Now, you can argue, is voting in and of itself a federal program? I would say yes, and I can understand how some of you would say, no, it's run by the state. But the Secretary of the Commonwealth, Bill Galvin, he keeps central registry of voters. He shares that information by law with the Federal Elections Commission to do campaign finance reporting.
Mark, we've reached 3 minutes, so just if you could wrap up real quick.
The sum total of it is this, is paragraph C is causing contention. And I don't like hearing people hiss other people when they have a stance on this, okay? Don't be the political figure that's riling things up. Get rid of it. And be the peace that you want to see in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Gwynn. Dan Gwynn. Oh, there you are.
Dan Gwynn, 717 Lamplack Road, Greenfield. First, I want to start off by saying I'm not here to debate the intention of the Safe City Ordinance. I received as many calls on this ordinances that we're talking about tonight as I did on the 13 years I sat on that side of the table. And the people that I talked to were fearing losses or consequences in federal programs, aid, licensing, permitting, because of the unintended consequences of paragraph C. We cannot try to help some, at the same time unintentionally hindering others. The language in paragraph 3 or C has issues, as Mark just pointed out. And that's where it lies. I don't know how this can move forward with a positive recommendation with the language that's in section C or paragraph 3. That's what needs to be looked at, because at the same time the intention of this is so positive, unintentionally we're causing some confusion in fear of people in their own federal programs and such. So I urge you, before you make a decision based on anything more than the facts of that paragraph, that you consider it and look at alternatives or not passing this based on that, not the intention of why we're all here. Thank you.
David Mascaratolo.
David Mascaratolo, 43 Country Club Road. I'm not here to debate the Safe City proposal overall. I have issues with a few paragraphs. There was a lot of comments made. A safe city is a safe city for everybody. Everybody. Non-Americans or citizens and citizens. This week, because I expressed my support for the Second Amendment, I was called a bigot, and I was told maybe I shouldn't live in Greenfield. We need to come together as people for a common cause. And if people have issues with proposals, it needs to be talked out. I have an issue with 347, 3C, as the last two gentlemen did. It states that no city agent shall cooperate with or enforce any federal program requiring the registration of individuals on the basis of religion, national origin, nationality, citizenship, race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and citizenship. The irony of the paragraph is that you're saying that people that work for the town can't assist and process applications. But the last sentence says, if it's an immigration application, then they can ask all those questions they want. So the paragraph, really, 347C, really needs to be removed. It is causing controversy, and it's causing questions. And we, as citizens, should be able to express ourselves on any document without being called names or asking to move out of the town. So I'm asking you to really consider removing 347-3C. There's no need for it to be in there. I heard a friend on the radio today, who I love. She knows it. But the point behind that paragraph was to make sure and prevent the government from establishing a registration list for certain groups of people, which I wouldn't disagree with. I don't think anybody would. So if that's your intention, then make it your intention. Don't boggle it up with all this confusion about town employees can't ask certain questions about applications. State what you want to say. State that it's so a list won't be established. But please, I'm an advocate of the Constitution of the United States of America. I've been in the security field for 30 years. I've worked on security projects across the world with every color person, every religion person. Everybody that I've worked with knows who I am and knows what I believe in. And I am a staunch believer in the Second Amendment of the United States of America. And whatever you believe in, there should be respect. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Brooks.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Brooks. I reside at 263 Silver Street. I am a United States Navy veteran. I volunteered to put my life on the line to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, to fight for the rights and the liberties that everyone in this room benefits from. I am an executive board member at the Franklin County Sportsman's Club. I am a lifetime NRA member. I am an NRA certified home firearms safety instructor and a Massachusetts State Police qualified firearms instructor. When it comes to shooting, safety is always priority number one. I teach others how to safely handle their firearms at home and at the range. As an instructor, I am required to have my license to carry so that I can do my job effectively and legally. I am due to renew my LTC at the end of this year. And if Section 347-3C of this ordinance is passed, then that leaves the door wide open to the possibility of me not being able to renew my license, which infringes on my Second Amendment rights. Then the people in this area that want to be responsible gun owners won't be able to attend my required safety class so that they can apply for their LTC or FID. If people are not able to get or renew their LTC, then it puts them in an illegal state. If our trained youth are not able to get their FID, then they're not able to go hunting. If someone passes away, their firearms more than likely will go to a relative, and that relative is legally required to have a license to take possession of them. I am on the front line to teach folks about firearm safety. It begins with classes like mine. If I cannot renew my license and I cannot teach my firearm safety course, I also lose part of my household income. I live paycheck to paycheck, and my household depends on that supplemental check. So please, I ask you to remove Section 347 3C of this ordinance so that myself and the residents of Greenfield can continue to be responsible, legal gun owners. Thank you, and God bless.
Raymond Dew.
Hi, Raymond Dew, 14 Little Avenue. I'd like to start by saying diversity is beautiful. It's so wonderful, but at the end of the day, there is a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. I have 4 very dear friends who are Haitian immigrants who are going through the process of gaining their U.S. citizenship. Actually, I celebrated with one of them the other day. He's been gainfully employed now for quite a while. He's doing well. He's off public housing. He is off from now Medicaid, so he is been informed that he has to get insurance through his employer, and we celebrated that together. He was thrilled. At the end of the day, there are laws, there are checks and balances. These laws have been established for a reason, I think, to blindly disobey these laws causes trouble. And I appreciate everything you counselors do. You're very bright individuals, but I'm going to say that I'm against this ordinance. And I'd also like to add that it's somewhat bothersome to see some of the signs here tonight equating this stand on being against this ordinance with being a hater. That's absolutely lunacy. And if anybody believes that I'm a hater, well, we can get together and talk and I'll prove you wrong. And then, bearing in mind the 3-minute limit, I also want to speak out against Section 3, particularly C. This language in this particular paragraph is horrible. It just leaves so much for interpretation, and I think that's dangerous. I don't think that Greenfield has the time or the resources to pass this ordinance with this language in there. I would ask that you would throw Section C completely out. It just doesn't work. Like the people before me have spoken, it leaves no way for us residents to obtain things that are our constitutional rights. And I'd like to thank you all for, again, for the wonderful work you do. I wouldn't want to be on that side of the table. I'm sure you've got a long night ahead of you, and I trust that you will all put your fingers on the pulse of everyone here and really feel the heartbeat of Greenfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Bendo. Did I say it wrong? Bruce? Looks like Bendo. Is it-
Brenda.
Oh, Bender, sorry. Come on up.
I have 4 writings, so. Just for the record, Bruce Bender, 1 Hayes Ave, lifetime resident, born and bred here in Greenfield. I'm speaking out against this ordinance, not the ordinance itself, but again, Section 347 3C, that paragraph really needs to go. It goes, I feel it actually goes against the spirit of this and the community of Greenfield. as it limits people's rights and their ability to go forward with their federal programs that people need. Businesses rely on these programs, people do as well. And that's really where I stand. If you take that paragraph out, I can fully support it myself, and I would invite you to vote for it. That's my piece.
Thank you.
Roxanne Wiedegartner.
Councilors. Hello. I'm here in support of the
Roxanne,
safe.
sir, your name
Oh,
and address,
right.
sorry. We all know you, but
Maybe not where I live, though. Roxanne Wiedegartner, 85 Hastings Street.
Thank you.
Greenfield. So, I rise in support of the Safe City Ordinance, whether it's in its current form or a revised version. The increased diversity that I have seen in Greenfield over the last 30 years, 37 years of living here, is testimony to the fact that we are a welcoming city. People of all ages, of many races, religious faiths, backgrounds, and income levels have moved here to live and raise their children, to call Greenfield home. That is something we should be very proud of and that we should protect, regardless of whether we've lived here 50 years, 5 years, or 5 months. We should ensure that all of us can feel safe enough to call the police if we need them, or consult a town official or employee about a problem we may have. We should never put ourselves in a position where we're responsible as a city for tearing a family apart or preventing someone from seeking rescue from abuse. Councilors, please pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Nick Mascartolo. Nick Mascartolo.
Nick Mascartolo, 43 Country Club Road, Greenfield. I'm concerned about paragraph 347-3C and how it will affect my generation, the future generation, and my Second Amendment rights. Please remove it from your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Gordon.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Gordon. I live at 10 Eastern Avenue in Greenfield. I'm here to voice my strong support for the proposed Safe City Ordinance and to thank you all for the work you're doing and to Councilor Renaud for taking it up. And I also want to say that I'm like emotional right now at seeing all these people here, whatever side they're on. It is awesome that we live in a town that so many people care so much to come out for this and voice their thoughts. There are lots of good arguments to be made for passing this ordinance, but I'm going to make the same argument that I've made to this council before in committee, which is that I don't feel safe in a town where some people don't feel that they can safely call the police if they have experienced or if they've witnessed a crime. And if we don't pass this ordinance, then undocumented people can't safely make that call. And if we do pass the ordinance, then they can. And it's really that simple. There's a lot of misinformation being circulated about this. I would love to know how all the cities with the same language and there are already passed Safe City ordinances have been able to continue to function if that language is actually so problematic. I'm sure that Councilor Renaud did her homework on that, and I haven't quite been able to figure out why that language would be particularly so problematic in Greenfield when it hasn't been a problem elsewhere. A lot of people also believe that being a safe city would mean that we're hiding immigrants. Nothing about this ordinance would mean that. It's the job of federal immigration agents to come here and do their work, and they, for better or for worse, would still be able to do that. Being a safe city simply means that our local police department can do its job and help keep us safe. It means that if someone who happens to be undocumented gets assaulted, in random or racist violence, which hopefully will never happen in Greenfield, but has been on the rise nationally lately. It means that they can call the police without being afraid that they'll be taken to jail instead of their attackers. If someone who happens to be undocumented is the victim of domestic violence, it means they can seek help. If I'm the victim of an accident or crime, and a witness to it is an undocumented person, he or she will be able to stick around and help me out and help the police figure out what happened, instead of having to fear that talking to an officer about something that has nothing to do with them will put them at risk. Our local police and sheriff's offices are in agreement with the principles of being a safe city for exactly these reasons. And the mayor recently issued an executive order, as we all heard tonight. And that's great, but those are not enough to make us safe, because one of them could change his mind or be replaced by someone who thinks differently. It's not enough to say, we already do this. As the past year of national politics has shown us, there's a big difference between norms and laws. And the norms that we're all used to can quickly become meaningless if there is no law in place to back it up. Passing an ordinance makes it clear to undocumented immigrants that Greenfield is not a town that will ignore crimes against them, and clear to folks who might seek to carry out violence against immigrants that Greenfield is not a town that will be complicit in or tolerate those kinds of violence. It says, this isn't just how we feel right now, this is who we are as a town. I love Greenfield. I don't want to be afraid in this town for myself or my neighbors. The vitriol and misinformation with which some members of our community and elsewhere are fighting against Greenfield's adoption of the Safe City Ordinance should tell us a lot about how important it is for the safety of undocumented members of our community that we pass this ordinance, and therefore how important it is to the safety of all residents of Greenfield. Thank you very much.
John Parks. John Parks.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I'm John Parks. I live at Wells Street. I'll give you my number after because of safety issues. So I'll see the president, so I'm now giving the number. I am here. If you really want to know how I feel about the Safe City, watch your 22 News at 11. I'm here because you guys wanted Safe City. How can it be a safe city when we got people down on Main Street harassing people, being a bully? Mr. President, you will not do anything. We need an ordinance for panhandling. There's a woman that lives in my building. I went to the chief of police. I went to the town. There's a lady saying that she's homeless, and she's not homeless because she lives right across the hall from me. She's selling jewelry. I'm sorry, you need a permit. I was supposed to be running for town council. I'm not going to mention any names, but that person asked me not to. I'm very angry. I'm very frustrated. We're spending money on stuff that we should not be spending money on. We can't even take care of the problems that needs to be taken care of. As you can hear the frustration in my voice, I'm tired of being bullied, and the police department will not do anything about it. Maybe we need to look at our police officers. They think it's a joke when I report things to them. I'd rather go to the fire department. I'd rather go to the fire chief for these problems, because I have more respect for the fire department than I do with the police department. I'm just frustrated. We all need to come together, stick up for each other. But we're not even doing that if we can't even control the issues that are downtown. People don't even want to come downtown. I don't know what else to say. I don't agree with the Safe City until we need to take care of other issues first. Like I said, the number one thing is I'm tired being bullied against. Thank you.
Ed Berlin.
Good evening. Ed Berlin, 20 Orchard Street in Greenfield. Let me just say how proud I am to be a member of this community. I'm actually not here to speak about the Safe Cities Ordinance, but I am really blown away by the number of people here and the eloquence of the voices of the many people. So I'm just really, really proud to be a part of this town. But why, and it's funny because I'm here to talk about taxes, of all things. But it's really, really important, and I speak as the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees of our library and a member of the Library Building Committee. As you may know, we've been working for over 3 years to try to get funding for a new library for our community. And recently, the town was awarded a $9.4 million grant. Now, the headline said we're on the waiting list, but what the article also said, and what is really true, is we have been awarded that grant. The issue will become when does the town actually receive that money? Our best sense is it will be within a year or two. From now until then, the library folks and the supporters of the library plan to be working very, very hard to educate our community on the need for the library and also to do fundraising. Our goal is to raise a substantial amount of money to go along with the grant that we've gotten from the state. And the reason I'm here tonight is because there is a proposed ballot question that you have to vote on tonight as to whether or not it will be on the ballot in November. And I would suggest to you that the question has to do with how much money in increased taxes our citizens would agree to spend for both the public safety complex and the library. What I have to say is, and what I would strongly urge you, is for you to vote against that being on the ballot now. It is so premature to have that issue come before the public body. And it's also, we don't know exactly what the library will cost, what, if anything, it will cost the taxpayer. We don't know what the public safety complex will cost, what, if anything, that will cost the taxpayer. So to ask the taxpayer to vote now on a set of suggested amounts asks us to vote on something before we even know what is coming before us. Once we have a design of a beautiful building, once we've had an opportunity to explain to everyone, as we've been continually doing, the importance of that building in our community and what it will cost, that is the time for the full community discussion. Having the community be forced to make a decision now before they're really knowing what they're voting on is just really not fair, and it's asking us to make a decision without having all of the facts. And I would also say that the way it's written, it's really, it's misleading to give us 6 choices of $60 increase, $120 increase. It's really an illusion of choice. It's like when our kids were growing up, we would say, would you eat your string beans or would you eat your broccoli? Well, they would choose one or the other, and they would think they won. Well, that's what this is like. Is it $60? Is it $80? $120? Well, it's just really not fair to be forced into having to make that kind of a decision and to make it at that point. And at this point, and I would ask you respectfully to vote that not be on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Maury Walker.
Good evening, Patty Maury Walker, 194 High Street. Leadership reflects upon all of us. Unfortunately, the lack of or poor leadership has recently promoted such meanness around us. In fact, to me, much of what is going on lately boils down to meanness, which means unkindness, selfishness, hatefulness. Regardless of our position on an issue, it's about how we express ourselves on it. Marches, signage on our lawns, letters to the editor, vigils on the common. These are powerful, peaceful ways to express ourselves. Angry language, insults, threats are not. True leaders should be guiding us to calmly deal with any controversial issue. True leaders do not engage in rants on social media, inciting fear and anger to push through a personal stance. They don't add controversial arguments to an issue just to deflect. In fact, that is the exact opposite of leadership. Leadership's voice or lack of voice can give permission for outbursts, divisiveness, and sometimes violent behavior. It can smother our true spirits. It can permit meanness. I've been truly wondering why some of Greenfield's leadership has been silent on the Safe City Ordinance. I'm talking about the ordinance that is being debated tonight, not what the mayor read. Two different things. Why is it being used to incite fear and anger? Why divide this town more than it's already been divided? Leaders should use an issue like this to help us understand and combat our meanness and to come together, not apart, even if we don't all agree. I know about real fear, but I'm not afraid that this ordinance is somehow going to cause residents to lose Greenfield jobs. I'm not afraid of people from other countries hurting me or my family. I've been hurt by other Americans, as have, statistically, the great majority of any other American that's been hurt. I'm afraid of where our mean behavior, built off irrational fear, will eventually lead us. As counselors, as leaders, I urge you to stay focused and avoid the rhetoric aimed at confusion and the incitement of fear. Greenfield is not, or no will be, the first to adopt this language. It's been vetted dozens of times all over. Consider this using calmness and logic and vote your values. For counselors who were lucky enough to gain your seats unopposed, your true obligation is to represent your constituency. The voices of Precinct 6, 4 should be respected. We have clearly shown our support with signage, verbal testimony, petitions, and letters. We've peacefully done all we could for our intentions to be represented by our leader. Your jobs are to represent your constituents, your precincts, your people. I am for this ordinance. It's about treating people fairly. It's about recognizing that we share this world with people from all over. It's about treating people as we ourselves would like to be treated. Leadership is bringing these issues forward. Oh, how I just want us to see our rights to express ourselves peacefully, no matter what side on any issue. I want our leaders to lead. I want our souls to reign right now, not our fearful, angry minds. I want an end. I want the elimination of meanness. Thank you.
Adrian Nunez.
Hi again, everyone. Adrian Nunez, 71 Conway Street. Tonight, I'm reading a testimony of Greenfield resident Catherine Golub. She was not able to attend this evening. Both she and I ask you to vote in favor of the Safe City Ordinance. These are Catherine's words. In September 2006, I received a phone call from my boyfriend, an undocumented man from Mexico. I remember shaking as I stepped out of work to listen as he hurried to tell me that he had been stopped by a police officer while driving to paint a house in rural Connecticut. He had not been speeding or committing a crime. The officer had simply noticed him at a stoplight and seen his brown skin and pulled him over to ask for his visa. The next 10 days that he spent at the Hartford Penitentiary were a nightmare. He was deported back to Mexico and my life was uprooted. Even though we got married immediately after he was released from detention and I gave birth to our son a year and a half later, it took us 6 years of hard work to get a visa so that he could finally return to the United States. While the experience was traumatic, in retrospect, we were lucky. I can only imagine how I'd have felt if I were a child coming home from school to discover that my mother or father wasn't there because ICE had taken them away. Most undocumented immigrants living in Franklin County have young U.S. citizen children who are unable to petition for their parents to get a visa until they are 18 years old. Most immigrants' greatest fear is being separated from their children, a fear I can only imagine as the mother of my 9-year-old son. Most immigrants in Franklin County do the hard labor that few of us are willing to do, picking vegetables and fruit on farms. Many people die each year crossing the desert into this country. They take these risks and do this work to make a better life for their families. My great-grandparents came to this country from Poland, Ireland, and Italy seeking a better life. The only difference between my ancestors and immigrants coming nowadays is that they had access to a legal means to enter this country. Today, it is nearly impossible for anyone from Mexico or Central America to access a visa. As John Bradford wrote in the mid-1500s, as he watched a group of prisoners being led to execution, "There but for the grace of God go I." This is a moral issue. As a Quaker, my faith asked me to have the courage to stand with the most marginalized members of my community. For those of you who are people of faith and who believe you have a responsibility to stand with the most vulnerable members of our community, I invite you to ask yourself this question now. What do you truly believe is the right way for you to vote tonight? Please do the right thing and vote yes for the Safe City Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tristan Geist.
Councilors, good evening. Thank you for your patience and your time. You've all worked very hard on this ordinance.
Your name and address for the record.
I'm Tristan Geist. I live at 73 Solar Way here in Greenfield. It's near the fairgrounds. Until recently, we were not on GPS, but we are now. But anyway, I've listened to both sides. I am 100% unequivocally for Greenfield being a safe city. I'm also unequivocally for Greenfield drafting the best safe city ordinance in the history of safe city ordinances. And that's my challenge to you as councilors. I read the language in the, I think it's 347C3. In our hurry to pack up our 15-month-old son, I left my notepad at home, so I'm pulling this all from memory, so bear with me. It's the enforcement clause about registration in all the different categories that town officials want to enforce, or the federal government. It seems to me that it's too broad, dangerously broad. It does kind of, and I think that a good ordinance should be narrow and focused to do precisely what it's meant to do. And it seems to me, in listening to all of this, that what we precisely want to do is not require proof of citizenship. And it seems like it should say that. So I would challenge the councilors to work together. I believe in diversity. I believe in diversity in our community. I believe in everyone here. Every family in Greenfield, with or without documentation, should be able to live here safely. Deportation wrecks lives. It wrecks lives. We're not just talking about ideals of lawfulness versus lawlessness. We're talking about human beings and lives and families and children and parents. But what I wanted to say about diversity, we have a chance with this particular council to create a better ordinance because we have a diversity of views on this council. And you have to work together to pass the best ordinance. And I know that you can. I'm personally not afraid of the ordinance. I'm not afraid of the process. I'm not afraid of you. I don't think the concerns with this clause should be a reason to vote it down. I think you should simply fix it. And I really, really hope that soon I'll be knowing that I live with my son and my spouse in a safe city. Thank you.
Ariuna Grace, is there someone else from your household that wants to speak, or was it just you?
She does, but she's with our son right now,
Oh.
so I think we'll have to waive that, but thank you.
I can come back to her if when she gets back. Hillary Hoffman.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the councilors around the table who have been attending all of these committee meetings and hearings, either as part of the committee doing the hearing or as part of the audience to listen to comments and perspective from the public and your colleagues. This has been a long process, but some of you haven't been there, so this is the first time you're hearing some of this information tonight, so pardon me if I repeat myself, the rest of you. As you know, I've sat on your side of the table and I'm very sympathetic. I've never sat on your side of the table and looked out at such a large audience, so I note that and I'm kind of thrilled to see that. The most neutral way to view this issue is in terms of your responsibility to the municipality, to Greenfield's governance, its financial stability, and its departments and employees. Viewing things through this lens, it's important to acknowledge the following. One, passing this ordinance puts into law, it formalizes policy that our police department has already said they support, and many elements of the mayor's executive order. The ordinance takes the burden, the question of implementing such policy off of individuals and codifies it into law. This is important because it supports your town employees and department heads. It eliminates gray areas, any possible political retribution for enforcement, and that's responsible and clear management practice. Second, the state of Massachusetts now has a controlling law based on a Supreme Court ruling, you've heard about this, that also supports what's in the ordinance. So by passing it, you're sending a message that Greenfield will adhere to state law. That helps further protect the town from liability if we're sued. From a financial perspective, using local Greenfield tax dollars, which already don't go as far as they should, to support federal policy, that's not responsible. We should not be paying for the federal government through our local taxes. We pay federal taxes for that. Also, from a financial perspective, it's been demonstrated across the country that cooperating with ICE in what people call 287G is a bad deal for cities and towns. Now, we're not cooperating with ICE, but this points out the flaws in the government's policy. It's expensive for cities and towns to cooperate with ICE. Maricopa County in Arizona accumulated $43 million in litigation costs in death and abuse lawsuits before their partnership with ICE ended. Harris County, Texas ended its agreement with ICE in February 2017 after facing $1 million in overtime costs every 2 weeks during their partnership. And Alamance County, North Carolina, not on any border, had to build a $12 million jail expansion to accommodate for growth after partnering with ICE. So the responsibility of municipal officials is to avoid these unfunded expenses and liabilities. Lastly, I've made the point before, and others have made it, ICE cooperation at the local level also makes our police officers and neighbors less safe because people are less likely to cooperate with local authorities if they happen to witness a crime committed by anyone or are victims of a crime, if they're undocumented, if they fear that they're going to be deported. We must support good community policing practice. This ordinance, at its very core, stripping everything else away, isn't about winning or losing, and shame on those who've tried to twist the facts for political gain. It's not about who controls the government here or anywhere else. It's about honestly looking at what's appropriate for our city known as the town of Greenfield. Thanks. Thank you.
Ariana Grice, is that your?
Arjuna Grice, 73 Solar Way. I just wanted to say a couple things. One, there's no reason that we need to opt into racist policy from a racist White House. There's just no reason for that. And number two, I want to address something that came up in some of the arguments about how this might make Greenfield less safe for undocumented immigrants because then ICE kind of surrounds sanctuary cities and gives them more scrutiny. And I just wanted to say, I'm the parent of a toddler right now, so my brain is on children's books. But if anyone remembers the book with the fish, and the big fish, which in this case would be ICE, sees the little fish and they can go right after them. But if all the little fish get together and more and more and more cities become sanctuary cities, the little fish band together and they chase the big fish away. Thank you.
Ben Woodward. Ben Woodward.
I think we can all agree it's really hot in here.
Ben, just your name and address for the record.
Sure thing. I'm Benjamin Woodard. I live at 14 Green Street. And I'm here today as a community member, and I'd like to introduce myself as a nurse practitioner. I'm privileged to care for our community as well as outlying communities that seek their medical care here in Greenfield. I practice both family practice and emergency medicine at a local primary care as well as in a local emergency room. These views are my own, but I feel they represent a long line of ethics in medicine, which I feel apply to a lot of other fields relevant to this conversation. So there's a little law called EMTALA in emergency medicine. It requires me to treat every single person who walks through our doors. Period. I disagree with my patients' points of view sometimes, but for safety's sake, there's absolutely no room for personal beliefs in changing or guiding treatment. And we're talking about healthcare as a human right. So, this being said, the health disparities we see in individuals with English that is limited as their primary or secondary language, who have lower socioeconomic status or social isolation, are staggeringly worse than those who don't face these particular challenges. Fearing an ambulance call or 911 call is absolutely unacceptable. I would be shocked if there was a single individual in this room tonight who would actually wish an individual a death or worsening illness because they're breaking any law. I hope that's not the case. But this affects everyone. Recently, a valued medical professional was denied re-entry into the country after routine travel, which has limited access for hundreds of patients in the Pioneer Valley, critical services. At a previous meeting, I mentioned that if the fear spread by policies, such as are being proposed by our federal government, were a contagious disease, we would have declared a public health crisis and rolled out all available resources to control that spread. We do not have just an epidemic at this point, but a spreading pandemic, as this involves all visitors to our country. In the absence of an organization like the UN or WHO to deal with these particular issues, we need local efforts to control this. Lastly, I'd like to echo previous clarification that sanctuary, or safe city, as it is known, does not mean an asylum city, a city that intentionally harbors individuals, criminals, etc. It just means that we will not persecute or witch hunt the residents that support our economy, care for and teach our children, provide our health care, and make Greenfield a dynamic and growing community. I recommend that you vote yes on our Safe City Ordinance.
Scott Conti.
My name is Scott Conti. I'm a resident of 88 Lovers Lane. So in the 8 years that I served as the Greenfield Licensing Commissioner, I was required to read and interpret many laws and ordinances. Good laws and ordinances stand the test of time. Some were written decades ago, yet are still applicable and relevant today. A good law or ordinance needs to be three things. It should be well written, it should be easy to interpret, and it should regulate to the minimum amount possible to achieve the stated purpose. This ordinance fails all three tests. The preamble of the U.S. Constitution is only 42 words. The preamble of this ordinance is 164 words and doesn't say nearly as much. It contains quotations from the Pope and a footnote to an obscure letter never published in any noteworthy publication. When an ordinance footnote is a link to a Google Drive store, you have to question its merit. It is very disappointing that the authors of this could not even put in their own words the stated goal of this ordinance. It doesn't do justice to the city or to the people it is supposed to protect. Under the definition section, law enforcement official means Greenfield department or officer or employee of a city department authorized to enforce criminal statutes, regulations, or local bylaws. The building inspector enforces regulations and bylaws. The health inspector enforces regulation and bylaws. The parking enforcement staff enforce regulations and bylaws. The DPW employee who leaves notes on your recycling bin enforces regulations and bylaws. They are not law enforcement officials except in the scope of this ordinance. Many people here are here tonight to discuss section 347.3 paragraph C. The fact that so many town officials and various attorneys disagree on what it will do should be called a clue that this paragraph is not easy to interpret it. If the people who wrote it and are potentially approving it don't all agree on how it will affect critical town functions before it is passed, how will you deal with it afterwards? How many more times will this ordinance need to be modified to ameliorate the negative effects it could have? Based on my experience, I would say this ordinance has some good intentions, but is poorly written at best and potentially destructive at worst. My other concern here is this ordinance represents the entirety of work from the Community Relations and Education Subcommittee since the start of the year. I looked at their agendas, and this is the only item they have had on it since February. They discussed it in March, they canceled their April meeting, they discussed it again in May, and then they canceled the June meeting and discussed it again in July. Again, this is the only thing they worked on. I've been a Greenfield resident for over 30 years. We have a lot of problems in this town that this committee should be working on. We have an opioid epidemic. We have people who are losing their kids to drugs. We have seniors who can't afford the taxes to live in their houses. We have abandoned properties everywhere in town that are a nuisance and driving down property values. These are a few of the serious problems this committee should be working on, yet they can't even seem to fill an agenda. I'm disappointed. The mayor's executive order is very sufficient for this. I would suggest going back to the drawing board on this ordinance, but that would be wasting even more time. We don't have time to waste. Vote down this ordinance and start working on issues that improve the whole town. Thank you.
Brenda Ross.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't get to the end of the Greenfield residents.
Oh, that's okay.
My apologies, I was reading down the list.
That's all right.
I only have 5 more Greenfield residents, unless there's other people that want to speak. Sorry, Tim Mosier. That's my bad.
That's awesome. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for your time and all the work that you put into this community. You're greatly appreciated. I'll try and hit some of the dozens of points that I've had here. I want to make it known, Tim Mosher, 29 Cypress Street, Greenfield, Massachusetts, and I am speaking on my own behalf. Okay. So it's, number one, I'm going to say that it's racist to think that people from other countries don't know how to get a visa. If you don't think they're smart enough to get a visa, you're a racist, okay? Period. Side note for later on, yes to the body cams. National borders, somebody was talking about the Bible. National borders are biblical, okay? Follow rules or don't follow rules. So you got a physician's assistant who said he has to follow the rules, and he says, I want you to not follow the rules. I'm getting mixed signals here. Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty, when people came to Ellis Island, they had to go past 4 doctors in different levels of scrutiny. And if they weren't healthy, they weren't allowed into the country. You're just saying, open the doors, let them all in. How's that working in Europe? It's not, okay? I pay my taxes, okay? The only way illegal immigrants pay taxes is if they have a stolen Social Security number. Period. That's it. Kick them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, please.
I know someone whose husband wasn't illegal. He's legal now. And I asked if he paid taxes, and he said the only way he could do it, this is firsthand, was to get a stolen Social Security number or stolen Social Security card. Okay? Is this going to be a safe city? No. I'm going to tell you right now, it won't be a safe city, because as soon as you pass this ordinance, okay, and all these firearms permits and FIDs and license to carry start expiring, guess what? They can't renew them. Paragraph A says the police can't investigate someone. The first question on a license to carry is, are you a U.S. citizen? Well, that means you just took away my Second Amendment right, and anybody whose license to carry expires, guess what happens to them? They become a felon. So how is it that you're making the city safer by creating felons? Okay, just ask it. I pay my taxes for schools, roads, DPW, admin, etc. I don't pay my taxes for the town to be administering this silliness. You're taking away my rights. I'm a sergeant first class in the United States Army, retired, and you're taking away my right to go to the veterans agent because he has to ask if I'm a U.S. citizen. How about the recruiter? He has to ask. You know, you're just there's a messy law. President Trump is not a racist. He started a lawsuit and won it.
Stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm going to extend his time if we keep interrupting him.
He actually implemented a lawsuit in Florida at a golf course that wouldn't admit Jews and blacks, and he won. Okay? So you might not have known that. There were more than one, back in 1978, there were more than one black family in Greenfield. I was friends with not less than 4. So there's that, too.
Tim, we've reached 3 minutes. I gave you a few extra.
Thanks.
Little extra time.
God bless America.
Well, before I call the next name, I'm just really disappointed. We've gone this far without the nonsense of the hissing. So please, I really would like it if you folks could control yourselves. Sheila Gilmore.
There are some seats down here, people.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sheila Gilmore, and I'm at 134 High Street. Last month I came and I spoke to the Community Relations and Education Committee. I told them that I'm a candidate for Town Council in Precinct 6, and as such, I've been out canvassing my neighborhood and talking to my neighbors about the issues they care about. And I found a great deal of support for the Safe City Ordinance in Precinct 6. Sorry, it's been a long night and I've been standing. In fact, I have a petition here signed by over 100 Greenfield residents that I'd like to submit to the Town Council at this time. Many of the people that I've spoken with are concerned about the racially charged incidents that we have seen in our community recently. Incidents that pale in comparison to what we saw in Charlottesville over the weekend. Most of us already understood that racism was alive and well, but the magnitude of the problem caught many of us off guard, and it was not a proud moment. People have told me that they're frustrated because they don't feel like our leaders here in Greenfield are doing enough to address these problems. And in light of the Massachusetts Supreme Court's recent ruling on detaining undocumented immigrants, I'm personally embarrassed at the thought of Greenfield bringing up the rear on human rights. I would like to remind the Town Council that the Safe City Ordinance does not represent a shift in policy or practice, but it will send a clear message to our entire community and go a long way toward putting people's minds at ease. So, councilors, by voting in favor of this ordinance, what do you have to lose? Your community wants your support. We want this ordinance, and all of us are here tonight to witness your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Johnson.
Russell Johnson, 113 School Street here in Greenfield. I applauded people's right to their opinions on both sides tonight. It's also one of the reasons why in 1974 here in Greenfield, I joined the Army to protect people's rights and our way of life and the rights to their opinions. But I'm not for this ordinance for Safe City. I went overseas and in the military to protect the rights of our citizens. And I emphasize citizens. And the only way I feel that we can be safe, and my first wife was Korean national, my second wife was a German national, my daughter-in-law is Mexican, and everybody agrees they went through the proper channels to become citizens here in this United States. And I feel that's what we all should do. And I'm also a licensed carrier of concealed firearm, and I would like to have that right preserved too. And I think we have a lot of issues that we need to address here in Greenfield. Our veterans, our disabled veterans, which is what I am, many times and oftentimes are not treated with equality here in this town. And I think these are issues that maybe we should be addressing. And also some of the vagrancy on Main Street and people that feel afeared of walking around Fisk Avenue and Mill Street and different places. I think some of these things should be addressed. I think we need to be addressing our school department and some of the funds that are needed for schools here in our towns and raising our young children. And we do need to set examples for our children to follow the law. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Nan and George Broski.
Nan Broski, 109 Green River Road in Greenfield. I am really impressed with everything I've heard tonight. Everything was so well prepared and thought out, and I think everyone did a wonderful job expressing their views. I was asked to just come and say a sentence or two, so that's all I'm going to do. And at this time, you probably would appreciate it. I am against the ordinance for a safe city. Not that I don't want my city to be safe. I think police should have to comply with federal officials in all matters. Just how does non-compliance with federal law make us safer? I do not understand that at all. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will be brief also. My name is George Broski, and I live at 109 Green River Road. Back in 1990, I was a selectman in the town of Greenfield. We had a great town back then. We had a great police department. We were safe. Today, we have a city, and I think we have a great city, the city of Greenfield. And I think we feel safe here in our town. But I'm afraid that down the road, we make this a safe city. I feel at that time, it will limit the police department's abilities, and I will feel unsafe.
Allison Garris.
Allison Garris, 17 Revere Circle. I'm just going to go ahead and admit this right off the bat. I had no idea any of this was being discussed until I heard it on the news the other day, and shame on me. Shame on me for not knowing what was going on in my own town. But what's really raised a red flag for me is paragraph C. And shame on me for not coming until now to share that concern. But it raises a red flag, and some people have said today, everybody's using this language and it's fine. Okay, then clarify that. Clarify that it's going to be fine, that when I go to renew my LTC that I'm not going to have a problem. I want that clarification, and I believe I'm due that. If you cannot provide that clarification, then I ask that you vote no. But in this, if you can provide that clarification and say, no one is going to stop me from my Second Amendment right, then by all means vote yes. But until you can do that, I am asking that you vote no, not because I don't want this city to be safe, but because there are just too many red flags with paragraph C. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I will now ask for those Greenfield residents who did not sign up to orderly take turns coming up to the table and state your name and address, and you'll have your 3 minutes. You can form a line if you want, however you want to do it.
My name is Archie Naiman. I live at 46 Madison Circle.
Did you get
I've lived there for 55 years.
The clerk didn't get it. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Archie Naiman. Archie Naiman.
There you go.
There we go.
All right. Live at 46 Madison Circle. I've been a resident in Greenfield for 55 years, and I am an immigrant. I left a repressive and racist country to look for a safe haven where I could live and raise my family. I found that in Greenfield. And from the day I came to Greenfield, I was treated with respect and dignity and afforded all the rights of the citizens in this town. I've since become a citizen, and speaking on behalf of the immigrants, I'd like to afford them a safe place to live and the same rights and benefits that I received, and I think they should receive. And we should treat them with respect and honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Andrew Huckins. I live at 172 Highland Avenue. I'm relatively new to town. I don't know the political scene here. I don't know who's who on this board. I showed up today because I really care about this issue, and I'm a little bit shocked about some of the discourse that's going on here today. I think the easiest way to sum up something that I agree with many things that have been said on the side of passing this ordinance. But I want to make a point as a new property owner in town who is intending to continue to invest both in this property and into the town of Greenfield moving forward, that if the tax dollars that I'm paying into the town of Greenfield are going for the police department to be enforcing federal policy instead of dealing with some of the other issues that have been brought up that need attention in this area, it will be hard to feel like this place is a place worth investing in. I want to further make a point that in case it's not clear, it seems clear as an outsider to this process and the discourse tonight that there is a coordinated effort to pin this. I read once and was searching on my phone a minute ago to try and remind myself, so I speak with some ignorance here, but it seems like there's a coordinated effort to oppose this specific ordinance on the basis of this third clause that keeps getting brought up in the same way. And so I urge the council to make sure that this passes regardless of the confusions that are being created around that third clause in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Arthen Chain, and I live at 45 West Street in Greenfield. I am a born and bred Pioneer Valley. I grew up here. I joined the military from here. I was an active duty Army medic. I'm now a disabled veteran. I came home to the Valley, to Greenfield, because I love this area and because I think it represents something really special in the world. What I'm not afraid of, as a gun owner, as a firearms user, what I'm not afraid of is somebody taking away my guns or making me a felon because, you know, maybe there's a possibility that somebody's going to pick out Greenfield to be the test case in the Supreme Court, that this is where we're going to go down. They're not going to pick Greenfield. I think that we have a moral duty to all human beings to treat them as human beings. And I would echo many voices that have said here tonight, I'm not interested in my tax dollars that belong in my city doing good things for the people that live here being used to enforce federal regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine J. Batsis, B-A-T-S-I-S. I live at 15 Meridian Street in Greenfield. I've heard a lot tonight, but my gut tells me we need to revise the ordinance and then bring it forth again for a vote. I think we need to revise it before we can vote for it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Dolan, 129 Hope Street in Greenfield.
Could you repeat your name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Brian Dolan.
Oh, Brian Dolan, thank you.
When I woke up this morning, I was pretty sure I knew where I stood on this. My great-grandfather, instead of starving to death in the Irish potato famine, came to Boston and started a business. And, you know, I would love to see Massachusetts continue to extend that generosity to people who need sanctuary. But then I heard about paragraph C. So I heard a lot of people talking about how this is unconstitutional because it's going to violate the Second Amendment, keep people from getting their FIDs and LTCs. I heard people saying that we're not going to be able to offer marriage licenses, we're not going to be able to do all these things. I heard that we're not going to be able to background check our teachers and volunteers in the schools to see if they're sex offenders. These are all very hot button things. If it really meant that we were going to violate the Second Amendment and that we weren't going to be able to background check our teachers, would have changed my position, right? I'm not a lawyer. I can't parse this language myself accurately. I am a scientist. So let's experiment and observe. Fortunately, we have a naturally occurring experiment right down the road in Amherst. They have the same language in their bill, which they passed in May. So I called him. Called the chief of police. And I asked him, are you still able to issue FID and LTC cards? And he said, yes. What are you talking about? Of course. And I called the town clerk. And I said, are you still able to issue marriage licenses or voter registrations? She said, yeah, obviously, you know. They all thought I was an idiot. I called the person who's background checking the teachers as they enter the school system. Says I can still use both the Mass Quarry system and the federal fingerprint database. So my observation is that I think we're okay. If you were to feed this language into an automated governance machine, unthinking, unseeing, unhearing, maybe it would come out with those unintended results. Although I think if it was calibrated properly, it would know the difference between on the basis of and including any of the following. That's it to me. Really, I think the sanctuary city would be unnecessary if we had a functional policy when it came to immigration. There's no federal government anywhere in the near future that's going to make that happen. This is all we can do at a local level to make things slightly better. I think we should do it. I'm satisfied. I support the motion. Thank you.
My name is Julia Ellingbo. I live at 73 Devon Street. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'd venture to guess that most of us sitting in this room are speaking from a place of privilege, namely the privilege to feel safe enough to even attend this meeting. As I listen to the arguments indirectly against this ordinance about other issues that need to be addressed first, that in and of itself is a privilege. To say to our undocumented neighbors, they need to wait until tomorrow to feel safe where they live. It is from a place of privilege and a myopic vision to delay standing with our undocumented neighbors today. Those of us who are at the intersection of many identities, speaking as a Muslim and an African American woman, and probably one of like 5 African American women in here. That's why I'm shaking. Those of us at the intersection of many identities know all too well there is no order of operations to ensure our right to exist and breathe freely in this world. There is no one injustice we must stand against first, for our identities and the injustices we face are happening simultaneously. They're happening today. There's too much at stake to delay saying yes to this ordinance any later than today. Piecemeal action is a luxury for those least vulnerable to the threat. We are capable of handling more than one issue at a time, just as we juggle various identities. We must do the same with injustices and address them today. And I'd also like to add that I hope that our city can do better than our racist president. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, thank you.
My name's Ryan Cabanas. I live at 20 Phillip Street.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Ryan Cabanas. I live at 20 Phillip Street in Greenfield. Thank you for all your service that everyone's given to the town. I just wanted to speak tonight. Everything's already been covered, of course, but just reiterating that I'm definitely in favor of the spirit of this ordinance and what it's attempting to accomplish. And I know that the previous man who had just spoken had stated that he had called other towns and said that, you know, they didn't have any problems with the language that was adopted that was similar to this one. But I do have, you know, concerns with that section that's already been mentioned, 347-C, subsection C. Just that I think it would be best to not make assumptions that how something goes in another town, it would go the same way in our town. I would prefer that it be rewritten or removed just to avoid any confusion or any, you know, potential concerns about something that people would be impacted by. And, you know, specifically for me, in regards to being a firearms owner, that if it did go, you know, if it did have negative consequences, unintended consequences, nonetheless, you know, that means that I wouldn't be able to renew my firearms license, which would turn me from a law-abiding firearms owner immediately into a criminal illegally in possession of a firearm, just because I couldn't renew it. Now, you know, whether or not that would happen, we don't know, but why take chances on something like that? I think I would prefer if we just either clarified it, made the ordinance more specific, or removed that section. But again, I don't have anything against the spirit of this ordinance in terms of its, you know, safe city aspect, but I do about that subsection. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Michelle Delicio. I live at 25 Garfield Street, Precinct 6. And I've lived here for 46 years. And I love this town. And I've pretty much felt safe. And but that's because of white privilege. And I would like you all to pass this ordinance so that we can have a safe city, so that people, like children who are going to school, don't have to worry if their parents are going to be there when they come home. That it's really important for people who aren't doing anything wrong to feel safe. It's important. It's part of who we are as a town, that people feel safe. This is a great town. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emily Hildebrand. I live at 167 Conway Street. Can you hear me?
Sorry, could you repeat your name and address?
Emily Hildebrand, 167 Conway Street.
Thank you.
I'm here in support of the ordinance. There are really strong economic reasons to do it, really strong safety reasons to do it, and most importantly, really strong ethical reasons to do it. And it's the right thing to do, and we can do it, and I hope you'll pass it tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taryn Amina. I live at 172 Highland Ave in Greenfield. Thanks everybody for their patience in sticking this out tonight. It's a really, really important issue. I have a lot more to say about this issue than I can say in 3 minutes, but I've taught immigrants for the past 9 years. In Franklin County, I've taught immigrants and refugees for the past 5 years. I coordinate a site in Turner's Falls, and I teach in Greenfield as well. And I can say that for the whole time that I've been teaching immigrants in this community, but especially since the election of Donald Trump, my focus has been on helping the undocumented folks who I serve understand ways
that they can figure out how to protect themselves in super basic ways, from domestic violence, from being pulled over week after week after week due to profiling. And they're terrified. They don't feel like they can take up that space. They don't feel like they can ask for it. And partly the reason that they feel that way is because of community members making sure that they know that they're not welcome here. By comments that happen on the street, by other immigrants in class who do have white privilege and who have found ways of attaining legal residency here. Attaining legal residency is not something that's just a simple process and everybody get in line, and if you just do it the right way, there you go, you got it. You just got to wait and be patient like my great-granddad did. That's not how immigration works in this country. There are people who are being tortured and murdered and raped and witnessing genocides in their home countries, and they're crossing here out of amazing desperation, the likes of which many people in this room probably can't imagine. Hearing their stories rips me apart, and yet these people are doing jobs in this community right now that, frankly, I don't think anyone in this room wants to do. They're not stealing jobs from other people here. They're doing the work that needs to be done that goes totally unseen and underpaid. They do pay taxes. They don't steal Social Security numbers in order to pay taxes. They use an ITIN number, which is a number that is provided to undocumented people to pay taxes. Do they get tax returns? Nope. But they pay them anyway. And they're raising kids in this community, and that's right, they are terrified that they're going to be deported and that their kids are going to go home to empty houses. Terrified of that happening. This is not going to make our community safe. This is just a meek gesture of support for the work that they do every day that goes invisibilized. So I wish that we were talking about making Greenfield a safe city. We're not. But I think that this modicum of a gesture of respect is something that we owe the people that pick our vegetables and mop our floors. Thank you.
I'm Nadia Levin from 172 Highland.
I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Nadia Levin.
Thank you.
172 Highland, Ave, Greenfield. I guess I want to start out saying there's a lot of ways you can say you're opposing this bill without them being your real reasons. You can always point to wording or something else, and everyone keeps pointing to this third paragraph, but if we fix that third paragraph, someone's just going to point to something else instead. So I don't really think that, I think pointing to that third paragraph is just hiding your real intentions or the real reasons you're opposing this bill, because you'll always find something. You can always be like, well, the federal government doesn't allow this, well, this, well, this, well, this. There's always going to be something else. And then Taryn got to this previously, but I'd like to go to visas. They're incredibly hard to get. We heard a story earlier from someone or somebody read a written statement from someone whose husband took 6 years to get a visa, and they're married. If you don't have relatives here, especially if you don't have skills like a college degree, like if you don't have a college degree, you're not getting your visa. If you do have a college degree, well, do you have a job offer? Because if you don't have a job offer, you're not getting your visa. And even if you do, well, still such a huge, lengthy waiting process. There's a cap on visas in the US, and they run out the very first day that they go up. So acting like it's so easy to just, do it the right way, it's not. We have so many people waiting to get in this country that can't. And yeah, I support this measure, and I want you to vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is David Singer. I live at 41 Grinnell Street. I want to thank all of you counselors for listening intently to all of us. I know how late it is, and I know what it feels like to be you. I want to start off by thanking Councilor Reno for putting forward this ordinance, and I want you to know that I strongly support it. But there's so many people here talking about this particular ordinance that I think there's something else on the agenda tonight that needs some discussion and clarification. I want to talk about the referendum, and I want to talk about it as though I was on the council with all you and trying to give you an idea of process. I was on the Charter Commission, and we formed, we wrote the charter, and you have a city form of government. And the city form of government means that we have a representative form of government, and that the 13 of you are representative of all of us in this community. We are not a town meeting. We're not a government by referendum, except if enough people, between 500 and 1,000 people, feel compelled to sign a petition to bring forward a referendum, then they can do that. And that's the check on you, and that's the check on the mayor. But what you have before you tonight, I think, is outside the intention of the charter. What you have is one person putting on to the agenda six referendum. What I would like to see in this election cycle is for there to be a groundswell of discussion from the ground up to tell all of you and the candidates what they see and believe. Not to have 6 questions control the conversation. I'm going to ask you to please vote down these referendum. I don't believe the standard has been met for these to be on the ballot. And I would ask you to say no. It's very critical. Let there be an open discussion in this election. Thank you.
Suzanne Carlson, 24D Elm Terrace, Greenfield. Thank you all, not only for tonight and all your attention, but for the many, many hours and days and years you put in. I've been a supporter of the ACLU and learning from them for decades, and also from the Center for Constitutional Rights. I would like to introduce and to see if you would allow Harris Freeman, Professor Harris Freeman, to read a statement on behalf of the ACLU Immigrant Protection Project of Western Massachusetts. If you would allow him to read it, he is not a resident of Greenfield. And if, he's here tonight to.
Depending on what time we get through our Greenfield residents, I may open it up to non-Greenfield residents to speak.
May I just read it myself?
You can absolutely read it.
Right now?
You may.
Because I wholeheartedly support the ACLU and their position on this, and especially the Immigrant Protection Project, which has recently been created and involves, I believe, dozens of organizations in the Valley. I wholeheartedly endorse the spirit and language of Councilor Renault's proposed Safe City Ordinance because it places Greenfield government squarely on the side of all of its residents, no matter what their immigration status may be. First, the ordinance is essential to build and maintain trust between immigrant communities that live, work, pray, go to school, and shop in Greenfield, and the city's law enforcement personnel. And let's keep in mind the personal stories we've heard about immigrant lives and their fears and the ripping apart of families that they are threatened with. Given the political climate of xenophobia and race hatred that is being fueled by the Trump administration, immigrant families and mixed status families that include immigrants have good reason to be afraid to report crime and to fully cooperate with police for fear of being deported. Absent a Safe City Ordinance, they cannot be sure the local police are distinct from ICE agents. When people are not afraid of their local government, they're comfortable working in the community, sending their children to school, run businesses, and importantly, report crimes like domestic violence or sexual assault, and cooperate with police. The proposed ordinance is a big step in making this a reality for all who live and work here. Second, by clearly limiting and defining the role of local law enforcement as separate from the role of ICE agents, the proposed ordinance ensures the city's public safety resources are not squandered or misdirected, but are instead focused on addressing crime, violence, and all too prevalent drug epidemic. Simply put, there's no good reason to use local taxpayer dollars to enforce federal immigration law. Third, I'd like to urge you to enact this ordinance and reject the myths and misunderstandings that have been spread about safe community ordinances. They do not limit everyday enforcement of criminal law, including any enforcement of laws punishing perpetrators of hate crimes, nor do safe community ordinances shield people from deportation. It doesn't tell the federal government or ICE what it can or cannot do in this city. Federal immigration law 8 U.S.C. paragraph 1373 simply says that a state or municipality cannot prohibit the flow of information about citizenship or immigration status. This ordinance is in no way contrary to that federal law. Instead, with respect to immigration status, it is simply put a don't ask and therefore have nothing to tell policy. To date, no city or state has lost funding because of so-called sanctuary policies. In fact, a federal court recently blocked a Trump executive order that threatened to cut off funds, finding it violated the 10th Amendment. Even AG Sessions has backed down. Now the Justice Department is simply asking localities to certify that they comply with paragraph 1373. This ordinance is no way illegal or improperly drafted. Rather, it clearly and effectively addresses this community's voluntary right to limit its cooperation with ICE. I hope you will join a growing list of communities across this Commonwealth and enact the Safe City Ordinance on your agenda tonight. And this is from the Professor Harris Friedman, Western New England University School of Law, on behalf of this ACLU Immigrant Protection Project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen Foliati, and I live at 30 Spring Terrace in Greenfield. I would like to read a statement from Jeff Napolitano, who is not a Greenfield resident. He is the director of the American Friends Service Committee, of which I have been an advocate of for decades. Would that be okay? All right. Thank you. I'm here to advocate in favor of the Safe City Ordinance tonight. I have been working on municipal, state, and national immigration policy since 2010. As I understand it, the clause regarding the prohibition of a registry to protect a person based on their identity may be removed because someone riled up the local sportsmen's clubs by telling them that this ordinance was going to somehow infringe on their gun rights. I hate to be the one to tell those folks who are here for that reason, but you've been duped. And you should be upset with whoever is using you to win political points. I say that as an advocate for this ordinance, as well as a gun owner twice over with a Class A LTC. When I was at a committee meeting at the library here a couple of months ago, when the Safe City Ordinance was being debated, I was a little shaken by opponents of it who spoke out of ignorance. One person stood up and talked about the case of an undocumented person murdering a couple of doctors, something absolutely not true and demonstrated to be untrue within 10 seconds on Google. But facts didn't seem to make a difference. I also witnessed a town councilor speak in opposition to the ordinance by making legal arguments in what I can only imagine would be a case of malpractice if it had happened in a courtroom. And then someone stood up and said that they opposed this ordinance and that in this country we don't need no Muslims. End of quote. 9 months ago, I was giving a talk about immigration policy in East Hampton, and a woman in the audience who was born in the United States, who was black and a military veteran, began to sob as she explained to other audience members that this recent furor about immigrants was bringing out racism from people in places that she hadn't felt before, and that she, not a part of the immigrant community in any way, has begun to feel more and more threatened. And after the events this past year or so, and particularly this weekend in Charlottesville, it has occurred to me not to bother tonight talking about the merits of this ordinance or about immigration policy, or about the difference between criminal versus civil law, because most politics in this country doesn't have anything much to do with the facts at the moment. The truth is that passing this ordinance tonight is about whether you want to push back at racism or whether you wish to quietly accept that our neighbors are our enemies. This isn't going to be decided on its merits, even though one of the clauses of the ordinance was actually just reinforced by the state Supreme Court. Even though the principles in it are endorsed by the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association, the Law Enforcement Immigration Task Force, even though it is the tacit but unwritten policy of the Greenfield Chief of Police, who would be happy to enforce it, it's going to depend upon, as town councilors, whether or not you want to foster an environment in which we increasingly hear things like, we don't need no Muslims. Please do the right thing and pass this ordinance.
Dorothy McIver, 88 Columbus Ave in Greenfield. And I would just like to thank Rudy again for the ordinance that she's been crafting for so many months. I don't agree with some people who have said that there's been too much time spent on this. I think that this is very important. It's as important as anything else that's come before this town. It's as important as taxes. It's as important as funding new buildings. This is about people. It's about human beings, and it's about how we treat each other. So this is very important. I applaud our police department for agreeing to not take on the work of ICE in our state, for making it unconstitutional for the state, for the police to be doing this. And we should not be paying taxes for this. It's the job of ICE to do their job, and I agree with that. I want to see this ordinance passed. I think it's very important in light especially of what happened in Charlottesville this past weekend, that everybody here has to feel safe. Immigrants who are undocumented, immigrants who are people of color, Native Americans, the lesbian, gay, bi, transgender community, people who are disabled, anybody who's targeted, who are being targeted by these white supremacist groups. We need to know that we are a safe community here and that everyone here is safe. And I really hope that this is passed and that we will be showing, along with many other communities in the country that are now doing this. And as more and more of them do, the president that we have who is supporting these white supremacists is not going to be able to take over the whole country and tell everybody what to do if we're standing up for our rights. And that's what we need to do, and we need to be a safe community for everyone. Thank you.
I am Rachel Mason, 72 Beach Street.
Rachel Mason?
Mason, yeah. Thank you. I also am supporting the ordinance and ask you all to do the same. I thank you for all your patience with all of the arguments tonight for and against it. I think it comes down to a couple of things. One is very practical consequences that other people have already mentioned. For example, somebody's comfort in being able to report a crime or call an ambulance without worrying that their family might be torn apart. But there's also a symbolic gesture in this. And particularly at a time when there's been so much hatred and vitriol spewed about in this country, to be able to stand up for the side of social justice in this town is very important, and I hope that this town does the right thing.
Hi, I'm Gloria Matlock. I live in Greenfield on Federal Street.
Is it number Federal Street?
Oh, 132.
132 Federal, thank you.
I'm just going to say 4 words at the end of this, but I think I'm going to sing you guys a song and hope that you do the right thing, and you know what that is. When I was a little girl, my father used to say, do the right thing all the time. And we sang spirituals, to make our lives better, basically. And this is a spiritual that I'd like to sing to you all. And if you guys would be my backup crew, I'd appreciate that. It ain't nobody's fault but mine. Nobody's fault but mine. If I die and my soul gets lost, it ain't nobody's fault but mine. If I don't take a stand, if I don't take a stand, if I die and my soul gets lost, it ain't nobody's fault but mine. And my 4 words are, please do the right thing.
Ursa Shearer, 63 Madison Circle. Did you get the name? That's impossible to follow. And I want to add my support for this ordinance and name specifically, in addition to all of the really great reasons that people have voiced here today, that Greenfield has a history to build upon that leads us directly to this decision. We have this rich history as an abolitionist community that we've already paved this path. We have already found ourselves reaching out to those who bring value and honor and moral rightness to our community. We've done this before, and we can do this again now, and I hope that you'll vote yes.
Thank you.
Warren Lett, 33 High Street. I know the woman Catherine, who someone read her letter, and I know her very well, and I know her partner who was deported to Mexico very well, and it was a travesty what happened to him, and I don't want to see that happen to anyone in this Greenfield, this city, wonderful city of Greenfield. Thank you, counselors, for spending all this time tonight listening to us. And I recently signed a petition from Precinct 6 asking you to pass this ordinance, and I'm speaking out for that right now.
Thank you.
Jamie Pottern, 83 Crescent Street in Greenfield. Just want to thank all of you council members for being here. I know it's late night, and for everyone for being here. Everyone has spoken so eloquently, so I'll just say some brief words. So many of us here in this room and in Greenfield have the privilege of waking up in the morning and feeling safe, of walking down the street and feeling safe. Some of us may have been subjected to violence or words of bigotry, hatred. Many of us may be in our community. But a lot of us may not know what it's like to feel when we wake up and we're undocumented. We could be deported. Many of us have no idea or any conception what that would be like. And Greenfield is a place where all of us should feel safe. And I really strongly support this ordinance. I hope all of you will. And I just thank everyone for coming out and voicing their opinions tonight. Thank you.
Garrett Connolly, 84 Congress Street.
Talking to the mic.
Garrett 84 Congress Street. So I'm here, I support the ordinance. And I think it's a good idea to give sanctuary and protect everyone. And I'm here to mainly speak to the people on the, I don't know who of you, how you feel about things, but individually. But I'm here to try to give you, if you're on the fence, a chance to refute the argument that you're just selecting against certain laws that are okay and certain laws that aren't okay. And that we get to choose the laws that we want to obey and the laws that we don't want to obey. And that's sort of a fallacious argument here. We have to think about the laws of think of what happened at the end of World War II when the Nuremberg Principles were written. You said we're a nation of laws. Well, Nazi Germany was a nation of laws. And the Nuremberg Principles were written in order to control nations of laws, because nations of laws are not the soul of people. Laws can be written to say some people are only 3/5 of a person. There's all kinds of laws. So it isn't a matter of just picking and choosing. So I'll just mention what it is in the Nuremberg Principles, that what American people who went to Europe at the end of World War II, when they made these principles, helped to make these principles. Number one is no crimes against peace. That's the first law. No crimes against peace. And the second law is no crimes against humanity. And the third one is war crimes. So when you think about all these people that are in our country, and you say, what makes them pick up and flee? Why did tens of thousands of children without a home, no place to call home, flee from Honduras to here? That's not normal. We don't see tens of thousands of children packing up and fleeing. They ride the train all the way across Mexico to get here. Why? Because our country, our federal government, is running wars in Africa, the Middle East, all over the world, and it causes trouble. So when you're thinking about people that don't have papers, they aren't lazy people coming here for an easy way out. They're people who've been threatened in some way or another, so that they're so scared that they'll actually leave their homes and their families and their friends to come here. And that's enough. Just wanted you to be able to see why they're coming here. Thank you.
Good evening, Maria Gudelo from 192 Wall Street in Greenfield. I'm here to thank you all for the work that you are doing, and I'm here to support the ordinance. I really feel that we need the safe city. As a domestic violence sexual assault counselor in Greenfield, I have worked for 15 years in this organization, and I have seen so many crimes that can go unreported because a lot of people are afraid to come forward to the police, especially now. Children are afraid to call the police to report a domestic violence situation or a sexual assault. Why? Because they are afraid that if they go to the police, their parents are going to be deported. I have seen children who have been taken to the emergency room just because they are having what they call asthma attack. When they go to the emergency room, the doctor says they don't have an asthma attack, they have an anxiety attack. And the doctor discovered that this child, who's 15 years old, was terrified because he was going to come home to no parents, and he was thinking that he was going to have to take care of 3 younger children in his family. So therefore, I'm here to represent the undocumented. I'm an immigrant myself. I came to this country undocumented. And I'm really proud that I did it, because now I have been serving men, women, and children for 15 years. I pay taxes like everybody else, and I love this place in Greenfield. I am so proud to be part of Greenfield community, and thank you all for being here today. I never felt so proud before to be in Greenfield as today, to hear so many people supporting us, helping us, and tell us that we are welcome. Thank you.
Robert Barber, 24A Elm Terrace. Got it?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, I got nothing flowery to say. I've heard enough. Love is love, and we all should be loving each other, you know, in utopia. Utopia doesn't exist. People are always going to disagree. But to blow it all out of proportion, that doesn't help. So anyway, I'm against this ordinance, and I'm not sure. I listened to the mayor when he read it. I haven't read it, but the way I understood it, it's up to the mayor himself to allow any federal agency such as ICE, FBI, to get involved with an illegal immigrant. Is that a fact?
His executive order does say that. The
So
ordinance
it's
is,
entirely up to the mayor.
the executive order, the ordinance is actually in regards to what's been proposed, which is not the mayor's executive order. It's a separate document.
Well, what happens when, I'm assuming Mr. Mayor is going to do the best for Greenfield, but what about the next mayor?
I was just trying to clarify, we don't typically have a back and forth during public comments, so we just
well,
listen.
anyway, all right, I'll just close by saying, on a personal note, I resent the picture of the Portsea Tower on some of these pro signs. My grandfather, both my grandfathers, as a matter of fact, immigrated to this country. My grandfather, Peter Barber, was instrumental in the building of that tower. If you don't believe me, Google it. But anyway, he went through Ellis Island. He went through all the hoops and things, and he was legal. Now when I look at that tower, I say, well, gee, it's okay to be illegal now. The trials and tribulations my grandfather made and the sacrifices to be successful in this country, and it's not gratified anymore because of this particular movement and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Fletcher, 469 Country Club Road. I'm glad to see you all here tonight. I wish I had brought my Excedrin. Anyway, I wish I had brought a prepared speech. I didn't. I came to the first meeting at the middle school last month or so, and I was a little taken back by some of it. Didn't really understand all of it. I've learned a lot more since, but I'm sure I don't know all of it. Right now, I'm really against having this as a town ordinance. I think the mayor's executive order is more than enough to cover what's needed for Greenfield. I think that having it as a ordinance is just a facade, because ICE can come in any time and take someone anyway. It's not going to change that piece of it. I'm very concerned with some of the articles I'm hearing where it may affect my constitutional rights as a gun owner. That's huge to me, and it should be to all of you. I don't know if it's true or not true. I'm sure that's something you'd have to rewrite. But I think if it's something that comes down to that, I think the town should have it go to a vote. If you guys are in a position to vote and move this forward, I don't think it should just be put in without the whole town contributing to it. I'm trying to remember anything else I wanted to say because I get nervous.
It's okay.
I guess that's kind of it. Thank you for all you guys do. You do a lot of hard work around here, and it's not easy to be you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other Greenfield residents who wish to speak? With that, I have 5 people signed up from out of Greenfield, and I will allow those 5 people to speak, but I would like you to try to keep your comments as brief as you can so we can get to the rest of our agenda, because we have a very long agenda. So I'll call Brenda Ross.
Thank you. Brenda Ross, 100 Cave Hill Road, Leverett. Thank you all. I lived in Greenfield previously. I've been traveling the state on my own, but with various organizations as well, on this issue of sanctuary city, making Massachusetts a sanctuary state. And a lot of the issues have come up and I think it's been very well articulated by the people here. The thing with fear is it holds you back, and how far back is the question here. One of the things that we haven't talked about are the actual people and the impact that coming here, not having the proper paperwork has on them. That's important to you as a political body in terms of just this scenario. San Antonio, Texas, I don't know if you've seen in the news, but we don't hear about it very much, but there's been people found dead in the back of trucks because they're trying to come here and pick your vegetables. You know, the impact that happens, everybody in this room has had someone taking care of their children, picking their vegetables, being an active part in our society, and then we have the gall to call them illegal. I'm from Arkansas, and we have Tyson Farms, and we have people by the truckloads come in, and when they get sick or lose a finger or a hand in the factories, in the sawmills, they're victimized terribly. Women and children are victimized every day because they can't pick up the phone and call anybody. You don't want that in this community ever, and you have the power to change that. Thank you.
Harris Freeman. Okay, thank you. Hugh O'Brien. Hugh O'Brien, is he here? Bueller? No, okay. Oh, boy. Jeff Napolitano. And Alexis Cespedes. Cespedes?
Hello. I wrote a statement for tonight.
Your name and address for the record.
Alexis Cespedes. I'm a resident of Northampton and a student at Hampshire College. I represent the city of Northampton, and I'm going to read one of my written statements. After the events in Charlottesville this weekend, prior to the federal administration's active encouragement of right-wing terror and violence, it is glaringly crucial that we provide the utmost solidarity and safety for our undocumented neighbors. This begins at the community level, reforming local governments in order to protect marginalized persons as an institutional norm and to combat blatant racism that we have seen and continue to see. Charlottesville stands as a reminder of an overall political climate that threatens to expel immigrants and POC, and that's why I stand with my undocumented friends and my own family and my peers. And because of this, I stand by the decision to make Greenfield a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Toby Keys. Kais.
Yes, I'm Toby Kais from 100 Cave Hill Road, Leverett, which is a different town, but it's the same county. And just make a brief statement because I want to thank you for all being here and staying so late. And I want to add, I'm a privileged character. Why am I privileged? I don't have any fear, or have any reason to have fear that someone's going to take me out here and take me away from my family and friends. That's a privilege that some people don't have, unfortunately. And I said, no matter what, you've heard some people express some fears of some of the fact that this ordinance may have, which someone testified similar ordinances in other towns didn't bring up those issues. Well, I say any time you're in a point of decision, as official or in your own personal life, every minute, you have a decision to make. And the decision, do you make the decision out of fear or do you make it out of love? And as Brenda said, when we make decisions out of fear, it just holds us back. If we make decisions out of hope for bring more love or compassion to other people, it advances. My own experience and myself, my own life, and other people, that whenever you make a decision that benefits other people, that expresses compassion towards them, love towards them, it comes back to you all more. And as people said, this town has some history of being on the positive side, of welcoming and showing compassion to all people. And I just hope that tonight, that I read the paper tomorrow morning and found this town has made another step in a positive direction. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the public comment portion of our meeting. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone who came out and who wished to speak. I think we kept a tally. There was over 70 people spoke, and that's great. We have people engaged in our government, and that's always a wonderful thing. And I appreciate not having to scold you more than once, all of you. So thank you very much. We are grateful to have you all here. So we're moving on with our agenda, and we will take a vote on this. It's our 6th thing on our agenda, but shouldn't take long. Councilor Mess?
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules of procedure to take up item...
We already did, so if you...
Item 6 first, out of order.
Does the committee wish to take up item 6 first? General... Yeah? No objection? Then we'll take that up. Yeah. We'll take a recess for 5 minutes. Yeah, we will, anyway.
I was thinking that was going to save some time, but you're going to switch it.
We're recessed at 9:54.
I got to make this thing go up.
What is it, 90? Well, I guess if we're in recess for 5 minutes, I'm going to the bathroom too.
Hey, how you doing, brother? Yep. What? The microphone is on? Yes. No, I know. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
little longer than 5 minutes, I'm sorry. If Wanda can hear us, get back here. Oh, and, oh, there she is. Oh, come on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, since we've already suspended the rules of procedure, we'll move to item number 6, Safe City Ordinance. Page 24. Who's reading that one? Is that Councilor Maloney? Susan.
Mr. President, I move that the Greenfield Town Council...
Use a mic. Grab a mic. You can pull it, the cord will reach. There you go.
I like this mics. Okay. Mr. President, I move that the Greenfield Town Council amends the code of the town of Greenfield by adding Chapter 347, Safe City Ordinance, as attached here too, and further amends the table of contents and index of contents of the code, and further, that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the town of Greenfield.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. What was the committee's recommendation? Sorry.
Long night. It was a positive unanimous recommendation with all members attending.
At this point, Councilor Mass, did you want your point of personal privilege, or should we move on?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me say I appreciate all those people who came out to speak tonight. There were eloquent people on all sides of this issue. I deeply respect all the people who spoke tonight. What's troubling to me is when I'm personally accused of being a xenophobe or having my motives impugned. I think it's pretty clear. I think most people in this audience and in this community know where I stand. I published a My Turn article expressing my opinions related to safe city policies. However, that does not make me a racist. That doesn't make me a Nazi. And it doesn't make anyone who spoke here tonight who is opposed to this any of those things, including a xenophobe. I completely disavow and hope this entire community disavows the violence, and not only the violence, but the racist and anti-religious bigotry that led to that violence in Charlottesville this week. And I think we can all as a community agree on that. This community has not been immune to that. Counselors sitting at this table have been attacked based on race and sexual orientation. And this body as a whole, including myself, voted that this community is no place for hate. There was a hate crimes ordinance that was introduced at this body, and it went through many iterations and many drafts, and at one point it became very, very weak. And I worked with the people who were offering it to strengthen that ordinance, to make sure we had a strong hate crimes ordinance here in Greenfield. I take second seat to no one when it comes to standing up for people in Greenfield. I'm not for this ordinance. I'm not for it because from positions of love. I think that it is bad policy and it hurts the very people that it's seeking to protect. That said, any ordinance that might pass in this community, I think should be the best possible ordinance. And so I take my job seriously. And when I raise concerns about drafting of an ordinance, it's not because I dislike the people who are involved, and it's not because I'm trying to raise a poison pill. Everyone already knows I'm against this. All I have to do is say I'm against it. What I'm trying to do is have a ordinance that, if it does pass, is strengthened and is a good law for our community. Given that, I'll take this opportunity, Mr. President. I've sent the council 2 amendments. One, which is to move to amend by striking section 347-3C in its entirety, and 2, which is by amending the second sentence in the preamble in its entirety. That's the sentence regarding the Pope. And I'd ask that those be accepted as friendly amendments.
Would you accept those as friendly amendments as the author?
Yes, I would.
Those are accepted as friendly amendments. With that, Councilor Reno, you authored this, so I would like to give you the chance to speak on it next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have an amendment, and which I know that you all have in your packets. It's changing the first paragraph under Safe City Provisions to include the bolded words. The paragraph would read, "A law enforcement official shall not initiate an investigation of any person to take law enforcement action against any person on the basis of their actual or perceived immigration status, including the initiation of a stop, an apprehension, arrest, or any other contact." And I'd ask that that be a friendly amendment.
Any objection? Okay, so the ordinance now reads with those friendly amendments. So, to clarify, the Amendment 1 was to strike Section 347-3C in its entirety, and striking the second sentence of the preamble in its entirety, as well as the bolded language in your packet in, I believe that's Section 2, right? Hang on. Is that Section 2? Here. It's what? 347A. Okay. So, okay. Does everyone understand what the ordinance now reads? Perfect. So now we will have discussion on the ordinance as it has been friendly amended. Friendly amended, however you want to say it. So discussion.
So, do you still want me to go first?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
go, yes,
Thank
please,
you.
please do.
So I think the concerns that we heard here tonight, these amendments just address those concerns, although I still hold that Section 3C was definitely not intended to take away anybody's rights, Second Amendment rights, or the ability to get veterans benefits. In a spirit of cooperation and good governance, in order to move this forward, I was not going to get in the way of taking that out and stop an entire ordinance from moving forward. And the reason why I proposed this to begin with first, and I want to say a couple words. It has been a tough road leading up to this vote, and we know that there have been strong feelings on both sides of the divide. It reflects the whole nation right now. But I think it's time to put the rhetoric and the politics aside. And I want to say I was first inspired to do this when a group of Four Rivers students came to us and spoke about why we should become a safe city. And they showed a lot of love and passion and hope. It came out in their speeches, in their earnest plea, in their wide open faces. And I felt like we couldn't do nothing. But I also feel like our immigration system, just as a practicality, is broken. It's really not. We've heard it tonight. I'll try not to repeat too much we already heard, but you can't just go and get a visa. You can't just go and get in line and register to come into the country. I think sometimes what's really effective is personal stories. And I was not reading a magazine and a newspaper while people were here. I actually brought them because they happen to be a magazine and newspaper where I see two stories where people are impacted by our broken immigration system. One is a woman, a transgendered woman who lived in Acapulco, Mexico, which has the highest murder rate in Mexico. And she was, always, continuously the victim of violence there. So she came and she got to Arizona. After being in Arizona for 3 years, she reported a robbery and was put into a detention center where she had to stay for 2 years and was constantly raped and beaten and harassed based on being transgendered, and there was nothing that could be done about it. And then I look at what's going on in Somalia, in Africa, one of the worst droughts since 2016. The famine there, the conditions are unlivable. And there's a woman in the paper who's talking about how she just had to flee her home with her family and go to a refugee camp. And what if she had an opportunity? What if she had family in Greenfield? And she had an opportunity, somebody wired her money, and she got the chance to get on a flight and get to Greenfield and bring her family here. Would we really want to send her back to die? I don't think we do. I don't think anybody in this room would want to do that. And I think those are the human stories behind all of this. Also, the practicalities. We don't want our police force acting as immigration customs enforcement agents, and we shouldn't do that. And, you know, I think all of us here can say that, you know, we want our families to stay intact. It's a social compact that we've made with each other and one another. We don't want any little boy or little girl being scared that they're going to come home to find no parents there. And so I strongly support this ordinance. I've made a concession and not fought taking these controversial paragraphs out. And I look forward to hearing from my fellow councilors. It's a long night. This is all I'm going to say on it, but please vote for this.
Further discussion? Councilor Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I'm here.
Get it right to your mouth. Pull it forward. There you go.
Hello. I'm here supported also my father, who's an immigrant. I'm actually second generation Polish to my father, who arrived in New York City after he served 3 years in the United States Guard Company in Germany. My father was taken from his family at a young age and used in forced labor in Germany. My father was lucky enough to be placed on a farm and was treated well. When the American Army arrived in that area, he worked with the American Army in the Guard Company. My father came to the United States as a choice that he was given after serving his time. In order for him to become a United States citizen, he had to apply for a petition for naturalization. I have a copy of his petition that he applied for the year that he applied for. He took his oath of allegiance, and on May 12, 1960, actually his naturalization process started in 1949, and he took the oath, and on May 12, 1960, he got his certificate of naturalization. This was certified by the Franklin County Superior Court. My father went through the process to become a legal U.S. citizen, where he still lives at the age of 91 with me. He has worked hard all his life, retiring from Greenfield Town Council, and after that, he took a second job at Eagle Brook School, where they retired him at 78. My father receives a small reparation check from the German government from his time of forced labor. I hear things, you know, because my father is now a U.S. citizen, he's able to vote. He's able to collect benefits. He collects Medicare, Social Security, you know, part of those. Also, I think legal U.S. citizens also have the right to become elected officials. Also, I've listened earlier to a few people with some of their statements, and one woman mentioned that we don't need an ordinance for something that we're already doing. Greenfield is already doing it. We are a safe city. I've lived here 47 years of my life, and we are a safe city. So I will abide by the federal law and uphold the Constitution of the United States as a firm believer in due process.
Further discussion? Pull it right to you, Maria. Pull it right up. Pull your mic right up to you. There you go. No, oh, maybe.
This is probably going to be the hardest thing I've ever done. At the risk of committing political suicide, because I do love my position, I have to share something with you. All of you here cannot tell me what these people are going through. Since they came here, I've provided services, religious services, translation services, trying to find them homes, because I did not care that they had or not have papers. I still help them through the ACLU. I came here 45 years ago. I was one of the very first Latinos here. I lived in fear because I was told that if I went to the bridge in Turner's that I would be thrown overboard. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran. I served my country. I will uphold the Constitution. I am also a veteran of the police department. I took an oath not only to uphold the Constitution, but I don't get to choose which laws I will uphold. I took an oath to protect and serve, and I do not choose who I serve and who I protect. I've dedicated my life to this community for 35 years, in spite of all the terrible, hurtful things I hear about the Mexicans, my community. So don't anybody here think that I don't know what you're saying. But this ordinance is not going to change anything, because the reality is all of you, most of you, can hide behind your white skin, and I can't. You're not going to make this a safe city by an ordinance. That is how I feel. And I will not support this based on those two things. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, Councilor Sund.
Yeah, when this went by before the Community Relations Committee, I supported it. But the more I talked to different people throughout the town of Greenfield, I kind of wondered, well, you know, I've lived here 69 years. I'm 69 years old. I spent 21 years in the service, serving the United States government. And I'm retired, but I still have to uphold the laws, because I took an oath that I'd uphold the laws in the whole United States, not just certain laws that are put up. But the reason why I have to look at everybody on both sides, not just one side. And I can't just go with, gee whiz, these people are for this and these people are against it. Because as long as I've lived in Greenfield, I had neighbors that were colored. I've had friends that are both sides of the you know, straight and gay, but different agendas. But that doesn't mean I don't support them, because I support everybody. But I can't have certain things that are made laws in Greenfield because somebody, and I appreciate what Rudy's done. And I just think that Greenfield is safe enough, and I wouldn't kick anybody out. It's just, and I don't need any thing to say that this is how it goes, because I'm going to treat everybody equal anyways, because everybody treated me equal, and I treated my neighbors equal. And that doesn't matter what it is, And I just can't support it the way it's written.
Further.
Counselor Son, can you support this ordinance with the amendments that have been proposed?
No, I can't support it.
Okay.
Further discussion? Councilor Ricketts.
Okay. First of all, I'd like you just to support me, Councilor Son, and lose the word colored if you could.
I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, well, we're talking about Safe City, and it feels unsafe, just that little thing. So we'll talk later, because it's important. I'm so glad there was not council meetings and public hearings when the people of Greenfield had the Underground Railroad here. I know people who need to get their visas and have worked very hard, and I appreciate all the people who have become citizens. I don't know how to explain to people that what happened in the 40s and 50s is not what's happening today. It is much harder. There's only a certain amount. People wait so long, and they work very hard and for years. So I wish I had a piece of paper too, so I can say, see my friends who are doing their paperwork? They are doing their paperwork. It's just not done yet because the government has put up all these hurdles for them, but they are working on them. I took a lot of time to think about this, and I know, Councilor Burge, you feel like it's political suicide that you vote no. I think it's political suicide for me to vote yes, but I would rather not be a counselor and sit out in the audience than to sell my soul, and I can't do that. I personally feel like there's a difference between safe city and sanctuary city. Had this been sanctuary city, I would have voted no. I don't believe if we know someone has committed a crime and we want to hide them out. I can't do that. That's when I would follow town law, state law, federal government. This is safe city. It's just saying that our police department is not going to spend 24/7 looking for people. This is all that this means. Well, it means more, but this is the crust of it. If I had not heard from Chief Haig, who came to 2 public hearings, and not one person on either side of the issue asked one question, not even some of the counselors that are voting no, did not even speak to them. On Monday night, I went to the meeting with the Sheriff's Department, who also will not work for ICE. And if ICE contacts them, they make them bring a judge's order before they do any work. So I have done my homework on this. I don't feel like it's anything illegal. I feel like I'm here for everyone. I don't feel like I need to be pitted against this group or that group. This is how I feel. I'm happy for what the mayor has put together. I know some people feel like the language hasn't gone far enough, but I'm so glad that it's really done and he has put that forward. And I know the big fear is what happens if the next mayor doesn't follow suit. Well, you know what? That's when you pay attention and you make sure you don't vote for a mayor that's like that. So, as you can probably tell, I am going to vote yes because I can't take all my personal feelings and make the decision. I kept track of how many yes and no's. I took all the gun folks as yeses because they said they only wanted this piece taken out. So I want to thank Councilor Mass and Councilor Raynaud for their amendments and working together and showing the community that we can work together. Because it was a little hairy at the beginning of this week, and everyone who emailed me, unless it came in weird and you might not have got something, but I answered every single email and every single phone call I got. Every single one. It was very important that I hear from you. And when we disagreed, I explained it. Sometimes that email went back 5 and 6 times. Thank God I don't sleep. But I just want you to know that it mattered. This is not personal. I can't do this based on my father. I can't do it based on people that I know personally. I have to do it for the voters and the people who contact us. I too feel like crying, but for so many different reasons, because I'm feeling so disappointed. So thank you everyone for coming out. It makes me feel good. We're going to be here next Wednesday, the same time next month, so come again, please. But seriously, it was bold. I know some people are here. I saw them applaud a lot. I knew they couldn't make it to the table. It's a hard thing to do, but you're in the room. I feel you. I watch when you clapped so I can tell what side you're on. So I appreciate even that, because you know what? There's a lot of people who didn't show up. They're going to be complaining about this all day tomorrow, just like when they didn't show up to vote for who they wanted for president. So thank you for being here.
Further discussion. Councilor Leonovich.
I'd like to start by telling you a little bit of my personal experience and connection with immigrants. I run the risk of sounding like Mona Lisa Vito from My Cousin Vinny a little bit, but that's what it is. My mother's an immigrant. My father's an immigrant. My brother's an immigrant. My wife's an immigrant. My mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, my grandparents. My life is surrounded with the most important people in my life all being immigrants. The stories are completely different. My father and mother immigrated here in 1967. My father was a citizen of the Soviet Union. Coming in 1967 wasn't exactly easy. There was a Cold War going on. And my mother was a Paraguayan national. The quota system, as it was set up, kept on alternating back and forth between who was allowed in. They decided to not separate as a family with a little son, so they waited until both of them could come together. The process took 5 years. It took saving and collecting amongst family members to try to get them here. My wife fled Uzbekistan at the fall of communism. They fled the terror of being killed in the middle of the night. They went to Russia, near the Ural Mountains, and they spent their years there collecting and trying to get to this country as well. Their process took 3 years. That was in 1997, not a million years ago. They again saved, sold everything they had, made countless trips to Moscow, to the consulate's office, tried and tried and tried, and finally had their opportunity to get here. And they've been here since 1997. And the most recent, an uncle, spent 15 years trying to leave Ukraine, war-torn eastern Ukraine. 15 years of petition after rejection and rejection, again collecting everything they owned and selling everything they had to get a plane ticket and get over here to file their applications. The process is not easy, and I don't think anybody here thinks it is. I don't think that it is a line that you just get on and automatically come into this country. And I don't know if it can or should be. The one binding tie to all of these stories that were so immediately surrounding me is that each of them did their due diligence and worked hard to make it here legally. Refugees.
This is not a public portion of the meeting. This is our debate within the council. Please keep yourselves quiet. Thank you.
My parents could have came here, overstayed a visa, and become refugees. They could have become running away from the dictatorship in Paraguay. None of these stories are easy. I know I have white skin, and that sometimes seems like it's a negative, but my background is not that easy to see. I only say that because, forget it. These stories are all true. The plight of those who are coming here, who are suffering, families that are being broken apart, I understand that that's all very true. But we have to look at this as a larger picture. We are, as creating these sanctuary cities, as creating these safe cities, we are encouraging the process to continue, to allow these people to pour over not only our southern border, but over through overstaying visas from Asia, from Europe, from all four corners of the earth. It is happening. It is consistently happening. The problem is, until the federal government can do something different about the overarching scheme of immigration, none of these things will be solved by creating a safe city. What we do create is influx of people who are coming here who are unaccounted for. And I'm not talking about the adults, the kids. I have a story here from the Federalist talking about the plight of children coming in here, the 90,000 that came in 2012. The Department of Health and Human Services found itself so unable to manage the influx of illegal immigrants that this policy effectively resulted in the U.S. government facilitating child slavery.
Again, this is not a public portion of the meeting, so please keep quiet.
Senator Rob Portman teamed up with Senator Claire McCaskill to convene the hearing after investigation found 6 Guatemalan children in Portman's state had been lured to an egg farm with promises of an education, then forced with death threats to work up to 12 hours a day. The stories are true with the sadness and the breakup of families. I completely agree with that. But these stories are true too. They absolutely are. And for us to think that they are not, it's pure, unadulterated utopianism. This bad stuff happens in the world. It happens every day. To think that it doesn't is absurd. The Constitution of the United States sets up enumerated, limited powers to the federal government. I am a person who believes in maintaining that limited state of government. The federal government is too far away from us. It's too far away to understand the problems and the process that needs to happen at a local level. It is too far. But the Constitution in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 specifically gives the federal government the right, the opportunity to create a naturalization process. If this stuff needs to be addressed, it needs to be addressed at that level so that we maintain constitutional adherence. It's basic principles. We're starting at the wrong end of the rope. I simply asked 2 questions. How does this ordinance change what we're doing currently? It doesn't. So it's an exercise in futility. Secondly, are we asking the civil servants from Greenfield to disobey a law or to obey a law from us that explicitly tells them to disobey the federal law? It is.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, I will recess the meeting if we can't control ourselves. Continue, Councilor Leonovich. I'm sorry for the interruption.
My vote is a no. I watched those who come here legally, who fought to come to this country, who appreciate the work that they put in, who appreciate the safety and the opportunity that comes with America. I appreciate that. They are my life. They are everything that is around me. And I respect their efforts, and I can show my kids what this hard work really produced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Leonovich. Again, I apologize for the interruptions. Councilor Mass.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to go into great detail about why I oppose this ordinance. I think councilors have heard my views in subcommittee and in public. But there are some things I heard tonight that I think that I sort of intrinsically knew and I've thought about, but are really hitting home to me tonight, and I wanted to say something about them. One is calls that we come together in a way that we unite and carry a message forward on behalf of this community that represents what our values are. Another is the consensus that I heard from, I think from everyone who spoke to the issue, and I think is shared by every member of this council, and I would suspect every member of this community, that the immigration system in the United States is severely broken. We agree on this. What I did here tonight and was disheartening to me is a belief that that cannot change. I don't believe that. I think it must change. I think we have a duty and an obligation to act, to speak out on behalf of our community, to call upon our federal legislators, as well as those of neighboring communities in other states, because until we have a dialogue about really solving this issue and not using it for the purpose of politics, we are going to continue to have the tragedies that we've heard about from various sides. So I think I know how this vote's going to go tonight, but regardless of how it goes tonight, whether it passes or it does not pass, I hope this body will seriously take up a resolution calling on the federal government to create comprehensive immigration reform that forever solves this problem.
Further discussion? Councilor Maloney?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honestly, I kind of hoped to avoid even speaking to this issue and planned to just cast a vote. But with so many people turning out and taking up so much of their time to speak, I guess I feel a little bit of an obligation to at least just let people know kind of what my thinking is like on this issue, or how did I arrive at the vote that I'll be voting for, which will be to support this ordinance. I have a sinking feeling in my stomach that it's not going to matter. So there we are. But we'll see. You know, when conversations around this first started a ways back, I actually did kind of feel like, well, if we have policies in place, much like Councilor Ricketts was saying, what's the need here? What's broken that this is really fixing? And my critical thinking was really kind of questioning the need. And we've spent a lot of time hearing from a lot of people. And I think that I've had more and more appreciation for the fact that sometimes actions just have a symbolic power. What I'm taking heart with right now is the fact that this is indeed the current police chief's policy, that there is indeed an executive order. And while we might not feel that it's enough, it's what we got. It's something, and there we are. To me, you know, the notion that we would actively want our municipal forces carrying federal water is a little bit shocking to me. I already give, what, 1/5, 1/4 of my salary to the feds? Figure it out. If you need more ICE agents, figure it out. Adjust your budget. But why do our local cops have to take the responsibility for carrying federal water? I don't see it. I don't get it. You know, another piece that... kind of sticks out for me. I'm actually losing my thoughts just because I'm used to being at the TV studio where we are fully on display, but not quite so overtly.
Yeah, and at 9 o'clock.
I know, this is really something. I think the other thing that really sticks out for me is this whole thing of like upholding the Constitution and is this a crime and yada, yada, yada. And I feel like I commit civil offenses on a regular basis and so do the rest of us. And come on now. Come on. I probably broke 3 on the ride here. So to me, I guess it does feel like there are weights to laws. And my understanding of the Constitution is it actually does indeed specify what is the role of the federal government and what is the role of the state. And that there is indeed no specification that the state needs to follow this work, and nor does a municipality. And that's why it's possible for us to even take this up as an ordinance. So I don't quite understand the concerns with upholding the Constitution and breaking the law, because I think we all break laws in this room all the time. I'm proud to support this ordinance tonight, and I'm sorry that I think it's probably not going to pass, and it feels unfortunate, but it was very, very heartening to hear from so many people tonight with so many different perspectives, not all of which I agreed with, but we don't usually see turnout like this. We don't usually see engagement like this. It's very heartening, and I'm sure we will see just as much engagement with people throughout the election season, letting their candidates know what it is they stand for and what it is they want to see in the future.
Further discussion? Oh, after Councilor Ricketts. No.
I've spoken. Okay. I'm going to speak more, but go ahead.
Bring it right up to you, Councilor Wayne. You can pull the whole thing right over.
I also am a yes vote. I want to thank you all for coming. It's really special to see so many people here so late at night. I want to give you my reasons why I'm going to be a yes vote. I mean, one is that I don't want our local officers to have to do the work of the federal government. I mean, that's using our town money to support the feds, and that's not good. Language is important, and I love the idea of saying that I live in a safe city. I will be proud to say I live in a safe city. And thirdly is this case called Lund versus Commonwealth. Are you all familiar with that one? Yeah. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, that's why we need an ordinance. Thank you all. I'm done. Thank you.
Councilor Ricketts.
I'm with Councilor Maloney, working it through my head, thinking we may not have the votes, but I hope somehow the recorder prints this, that Greenfield is a safe city through executive order. Council fails, but I think it's important, not council fails, but what was put forward, so people know that we still are considered a safe city. Even though the votes may not be here, the mayor listened to the public, because I believe when we first started talking about this, I don't think the mayor was on board either. So I feel like that's a huge step, and I really think he should be applauded because he took a lot of time doing it, too much time. That's all, I'm really done.
Further discussion. Councilor Reno.
I think I know how this is going to go too. And I just want to say, I feel like in the past couple of years, what will be a year in January, I've seen so many, like, this is the most I've ever seen at a meeting, but I've seen a lot of you at meetings before when we spoke about the overlay, when we've talked about fiscal matters. You've all gotten the bravery to come up and speak, and I feel like the majority, once again, the majority is going to leave this room without the vote that they wanted. And I feel like I personally hope you all go and vote. We have town elections coming up in November. Make sure your voices are heard.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing nothing, I'll have the clerk call the roll. We'll take a roll call vote.
Need my mic or?
She can use my mic.
Don't call you. You do like them? Councilor Sund?
No.
Councilor Lobeck? Not you, okay. Councilor Pyfrom? Did you say no? Okay. Councilor Weinstein?
Yes.
Councilor Burge?
No.
Councilor Childs?
No.
Councilor Linovich?
No.
Councilor Mass?
No.
Councilor Raynaud?
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts?
Hell yes.
Councilor Maloney? Councilor Maloney?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have 1, 2, 3. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Motion fails 6-4. We still have business to do, so if you could please be quiet, I would appreciate that. Thank you all for coming, and we, again, still have business to do, so as you leave, if you could do so quietly, that would be great. Thank you very much. Councilor Childs, the appointments, and I think if there's no objection, we should do these all as one motion.
Yeah, I agree.
Sir, you need to remove yourself from the rail. Thank you. Councilor Childs.
Okay, so we're gonna do this all as one now?
I know.
So you want me to just read through all of them?
Yes, please take a microphone as well, and
Council's really bad at the microphone.
And just read through all of them.
we'll take them all as one motion.
Okay. The town council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield Town Council pursuant to chapter section 2-10 accept the following appointments by the mayor to the public library board of trustees. Deb Klein, term to expire June 30th, 2020, to fill an existing vacancy.
And Bill, just go to the next one and read the name, the term, the name, the office, and the term, and then keep doing that on all of them.
Disability access. Virginia DeSurger, term to expire June 30th, 2020, to fill an existing vacancy. Zoning Board of Appeals, Peter Wozniak, term to expire June 30th, 2020, to fill an existing vacancy. Violence Task Force, Elena Gerjoy, term to expire June 30th, 2019, to replace Dawn Jenner. Karen Friedman, term to expire at the discretion of the mayor.
And the last one, Hazel Dawkins, Council on Aging, page 20.
Go back.
Did I miss it?
Yeah, go back.
That's just
Counseling on Aging, Hazel Dawkins, term to expire June 30th, 2020, to fill an existing vacancy.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Councilor Childs, what was the vote of the committee?
If I recall right, it was all unanimous.
Okay. Any discussion on these?
No.
Seeing nothing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Councilor Mess.
Move that it be ordered that the Greenfield Town Council place the following non-binding question on the November 7th, 2017 town election ballot. How much per year should the average property tax bill be increased for the construction of a new public safety complex and library? A, 0, B, $60 per year or less, C, $120 per year or less, D, $180 per year or less, E, $240 per year or less, F, in excess of $240 per year.
Is there a second? Is there no second? No second. Leonovich, was that a second? Yeah. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. President, the committee has had a great discussion, a pretty lengthy discussion about capital projects for the last 2 years. It has been an issue that is divisive. Some councilors think community's on their side, other councilors believes the community's on their side. We have 2 big projects that are coming up. They're interconnected. One depends on the other being done. I think you heard from Mr. Belen, who was before us tonight, advocating that this not go on the ballot, that it's too soon. But then you also heard that we could be asked to fund it within the next year, within 1 year or 2. They're doing an education campaign. There's no better way to do an education campaign than to have a ballot question that specifically focuses the attention of the entire public on the issue. I do think it's our decision, and this is a non-binding referendum. Ultimately, we have to decide, but I can tell you, I, for one, would be very influenced by what voters say. I think councilors know that I did not vote for the library grant to go forward. However, if if there were a vote that said they wanted to spend a certain amount of money, I would vote to appropriate that because it would be the will of the voters. For me personally, I think it would be very important information in making my decision over the next 1 to 2 years, which I will be here on the council for that time, and I'd ask that the council vote to put it on the ballot.
Councilor Ricketts?
I would like this to, first of all, if it's going to go on the ballot, I would rather it be, do you want a new library or do you want a public safety building? I feel like having these different figures for how much you want the tax, I could see someone confusing this and forgetting that it's for future buildings and getting their tax bill the following year and wondering like, didn't I vote for this? I too think it's just too soon. It's just very premature, and no one knows really how these figures came up. And so my question is, what does the zero mean? Does the zero mean we want these built and the tax isn't going to raise? Or if people all choose zero, does it actually mean they don't want a library or public safety complex? If that's so, I prefer that be the question. But I really don't want this question on the ballot.
Further discussion? Councilor Rio?
I agree with Councilor Ricketts. This is too confusing. I think if people are given an option of what do you want to pay, $0 or $240? What are people going to vote without really understanding what this is all about? I am voting no.
Councilor Maloney?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bit of a learning curve here, figuring out this whole mic situation. I will not be supporting this motion tonight. I agree with what both my prior predecessors here have said in terms of, data is always helpful in terms of making a decision, and certainly in representative government, data around what is it that the voters think is indeed helpful. I feel like this is devoid of context. And I think that we're elected to do the work and to garner the context. And so to me, this data would actually, while it would perhaps be a measure of opinion, I'm not sure how meaningful it would be to me. With that said, I am not a big fan of putting all of these questions on the ballot, period, because there's a process to get these kinds of things on the ballot. It's a citizen petition. We're voted in to do this work and to make these calls. I mean, why don't we just go to town meeting if we want to hear what the citizens have to say directly every time? I think that experience shows tonight that if people care enough about an issue, they will figure out a way to find us and tell us what they think, and I would think that that would continue. I won't be supporting any of these motions around non-binding referendums, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Further discussion?
Will you believe that I agree with all three of you? I feel the exact same way. I'm confused about why we have it broken down from 0 to, in excess of, et cetera, because we don't know how much it's going to cost for future expenses. So I'm not supporting this.
My reason for not
Pull it right up to you. Just there you
My
go.
reason for not supporting this is I'm confused. Don't we need the public safety complex before we need the library so the library can, the public safety can move out to put the library in? I can't agree with this as well. I'm a no.
I'm getting scared.
We're taken away on a
Yeah. Does someone down here have their hand up? Councilor Weinstein, did I see your hand? You steal the mic from Bill. No, take the mic from Bill, though. There you go. Just be careful with them. At $300 a piece.
It's a moot question. We don't know what's on the table yet. So this is totally premature. And I question as well whether or not the town council, by vote, can put forward a referendum. Doesn't there? I don't know. I skimmed the charter. And didn't say language to that effect.
Councilor Mass.
The council certainly has that authority. In fact, we exercised it 2 years ago when we put 3 questions on the ballot. I certainly, it sounds like this isn't going to go on, but I just want to give councilors my philosophy and want them to understand why the question was put this way. If I need to buy a new car the first question isn't what kind of car do I want? The first question is how much am I willing to spend on a new car? And then once I know my budget, then I go shopping for a car. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, but if other councilors disagree, I certainly understand.
Nobody buys cars that way.
Well,
I don't buy new cars ever because I don't have the money. So anyway, any further discussion?
Any object.
Councillor Pyfrom, take the microphone, bring it close. There you go.
How can we build a library before we have a place to put the public safety? We have to have public safety to build the library. So it's too premature.
If that's a question for me, I'll answer it. If it's
I think
not,
it was rhetorical, wasn't it?
If you've got an answer for me for that, on how we're going to move and then shuffle stuff around and build, yeah.
The answer is they're interdependent. You cannot build a public library you cannot build the library without some investment into a public safety complex, whether that be a move to a fire station or a public safety complex as a whole, with the plan that was submitted for the grant. So to build the library, you need to also build the public safety complex, and I want to know how much people are willing to spend on all of it. But that's just my position.
Councillor Ricketts.
Okay, I'm still voting no, but I want to know, not rhetorical, I want to know, if they're both built, how do you know the increase in tax is going to fall within any of these?
It would be my hope that we would design a facility that would meet the requirements of the voters' intent when they were to vote on how much they're willing to spend. And one of those options is over $240,000 a year. If they're willing to spend more than that, whatever they're willing to spend, whatever it takes, I think that's a reasonable position too, and I would vote for that if I had the information. Given it, I'm not likely to support, and I want to be clear to everyone, given it, I'm not likely to support an appropriation for either. But I'm only one vote.
Further discussion? Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion fails. Do you feel like reading the rest of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Move that it be ordered the Greenfield Town Council votes to place the following non-binding question on the November 7th ballot 2017 town election. Should the Greenfield Police use body cameras in the performance of their duties?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. President, the Human Rights Commission has been very engaged in this process. They have asked for body cameras to be installed. We have repeatedly been told that it's too difficult, the process isn't, that coming up with policies and procedures, they're not established yet. But there are many other communities in Franklin County and across the Commonwealth that use body cameras, as well as across the United States. We've been told it costs too much, we can't afford it, but the mayor hasn't sent an appropriation to us. I think this is an important issue. I think it matters for both protecting law enforcement and protecting the community at large. I can tell you as a criminal defense attorney, I can't tell you how many cases that when I have cameras, they resolve the case. That either my clients see what they did and they realize that it's going to look very differently, or the cameras look very differently than the police report says. In either case, it is a very valuable tool for both law enforcement and the community. And we can't, short of micromanaging the police department and passing an ordinance that says Greenfield shall use body cameras, and I'm not prepared to do that yet. I think we might be able to influence the police department, the police union, the executive, the office of the mayor into realizing this is a priority if a majority of the community is in favor of it. If the majority of the community is not in favor of it, that's certainly going to guide me, and I think it'll guide the Human Rights Commission to a lesser extent on how much emphasis they spend on continuing to discuss this issue without any progress.
Councillor Ricketts.
I'm going to be voting no on this because it's almost like going back to the first question. In my conversation with Chief Haig, he wouldn't mind having the body cameras. It's not that, it's the place to put them. So again, this is going to be something that's going to confuse the public, because if they vote yes on this, and it doesn't happen till 3 or 4 years down the road, again, like, why did we vote on this? Why are we even doing this? And then it also sets up, do we have a reason? Do we have so many police incidents that we think this is necessary? I think if I was going to do something, I might think about the police webcams on their dashboard. I'm just not in favor of having the whole public vote about the police having body cams. I just don't think it's necessary. I think it stirs up some trouble, and we don't have a new building for all of this right now. So I don't want to start a process where if for some reason it's overwhelming yes, we can't do it anyway. We don't have the funding, we don't have the place to do it. So I'm a no on this, and let's talk about this when we have the new public safety complex.
Further discussion.
I'm going to agree with Councilor Ricketts on this. I'm not ready to put this to the public either. I'd rather wait and feel it out a little bit more, and then, wait for the money to be available and take it from there, but not in November.
Further discussion. Seeing nothing, all is in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh,
No.
wait. The ayes, please raise your hand. Opposed? Everybody else, okay. Go 3 to everyone else except for me. Councilor Mass.
Move that it be ordered that the Greenfield Town Council votes to place the following non-binding question on the November 7th, 2017 town election ballot. Should Greenfield adopt any authorized local option tax in the sale of recreational marijuana?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. President, while the 3% tax was authorized by the legislature, it has to be adopted by the city council. It doesn't automatically go into effect, as I think was suggested by the mayor. It has to be adopted by the city council, similar to the meals tax, that the city council had to vote to adopt that. This community voted pretty sizably for marijuana to be legalized. I think we're in a different position than most communities. The way the way the statute works is, if you're trying to ban marijuana, you have to go back to the voters. I'm not seeking to do that. I think we're pretty clear recreational marijuana is legalized in Massachusetts. I think the question is, should we be taxing it? Is that a revenue source that we seek to solicit, or are those people who voted for the legalization of recreational marijuana believe a 17% tax is high enough without the local option? I tend to be in favor of the 3% tax. I think it's what we should do, but I think it would be very helpful to me to hear what the community thinks about this issue.
Councilor Ricketts.
Okay, I'm going to vote no on this because I think we should just give it some more time. Right now, the public's just upset that the question got put forward to begin with about whether we want to legalize marijuana in Massachusetts, and now they're going back to figure out how we actually can do that. So that step is already, someone's calling me, that step is already taking so long. Again, it's just something that I think we need to weigh out. We know that it's going to be taxed. It's just at what amount. I think we're just opening a hornet's nest. Let's see what the state's going to do. It's just taken so much time for everything to be definitive. And when it comes to council, I think this is something that we really can do at the council table. We don't really need weigh-in for this.
Councilor Maloney. Councilor Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I guess I just want to affirm the importance of data and hearing from the voters. I do believe that that's important, and I support what Councilor Mass is trying to get to in that sense. To me, though, this way of doing it it doesn't feel entirely right. Not that we can't do it. I get that we can. I get that we did. Although the reason that I voted 3 years ago to support that was because the process around some citizen petition work was getting quite botched, and there was a great deal of confusion between City Hall and did they have enough signatures now? You need this many more signatures, but you need to start from scratch. And it didn't feel like that entire process was very citizen-friendly, so we kind of took that up and said, let's get this on the ballot. But what about the important issues that we care about in 2 years when there is no ballot and we need to do the work? I just feel like this is kind of relying on timing and convenience. There are ways to hear from people that don't hold elected office about the issues that matter to them and about the issues that we're taking up. So to me, this just feels, again, I get the notion of, well, we want to hear from people and they're going to be showing up anyways, and yet they're going to be showing up now. It doesn't feel entirely consistent or right, and I won't be supporting it.
Further discussion. Councilor Renaud.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm like half on some of these. I think when they're really clear, I'm in support of them, and I think it does bring out more voters, and I think that's important. I think also, I wasn't on the council then, but when there was I think a local tax on, maybe it was hotels, I could be wrong about this, but I think there might have been some blowback, so I think this could provide some cover. It gives people a chance to weigh in. When it's too convoluted and hard to explain, or if it seems like, gosh, like you could vote on this, but there's no way it's changing, I'm not for having these non-binding votes. But this one I'd be voting yes. I feel like it's clear.
Further discussion? Councilor Sund. Oh, you want me to? Councilor Pyfrom, you first.
Isn't Massachusetts ripping us off enough with 17% and then we get 3%?
We meaning pot smokers?
Well, Greenfield.
Oh.
State of Massachusetts, Greenfield, state, municipality. I think, why not? Let the taxpayers vote on this. Why not let them have that chance and see, do we want to keep getting, ripped off more, or do we want to just take what we get? I'll say yes.
Councilor Sund.
See, and I don't like marijuana anyway, but I feel it should be before the voters and so they can make the decision how we're to get taxed and not just have a 3%, maybe a 10%. I just want to go with this.
Further discussion? Seeing nothing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, motion passes. Councilor Mass.
Mr. President, seeing the tone of the discussion from my colleagues over the course of the evening, I would waive movement on items 10 and 11 and move to item 12 if there's no objection.
Any objection to waiving, what is it, 9 and 10?
Yeah.
But wave on.
10 and 11? 9 and 10. We're moving on to 11.
10 and 11. We'd be moving to item number 12.
Okay, moving to item number 12.
Page 30.
10 and 11 have been withdrawn.
I move that it be ordered that the Greenfield Town Council votes to place on the following non-binding question on the November 7th, 2017 town election ballot. Should Greenfield allow the sale of flavored tobacco products to adults 21 and over?
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded. Discussion?
Mr. President, many of the councilors were not present, who are on this council now, were not present 2 years ago when there was a great dialogue about regulations related to the sale of tobacco. There were a series of regulations that were set up by the Board of Health. There was extensive public input. People did come, they did engage, they did ask for things. And while there was a diversity of opinion on many of the items, there was not much of a diversity of opinion on the sale of flavored tobacco over to adults over the age of 21. After the regulation was passed, there was an ordinance that I introduced. That ordinance did not pass. I did not reintroduce it in this session of the council because there was dialogue about the dual powers of the town council and the Board of Health. The Board of Health has quasi-legislative authority, although the town council has legislative authority as well, and it had never been litigated who had the final say, whether it's the Board of Health and the town council, and we really didn't want to spend the money on that. That said, after that, councilors on both sides of the underlying issues about raising the age to 21 went independently at different times and repeatedly to the Board of Health to ask them to make an exception for this particular issue. It was the #1 issue of the license holders who came before the board. Every single one of them wanted this to be exempted. The Board of Health has not taken it up. They have not exempted it. I think having the I think rather than us revisiting this again with an ordinance and trying to have a legal battle with the Board of Health over this issue that the community does care about, it makes more sense to let the Board of Health have a broad view of what the public at large thinks about this issue as a mechanism to let them reconsider their decision before we go in a more adversarial means to achieve an objective that I believe is important to permit holders and to the public at large.
Further discussion. Councilor Ricketts?
Okay, hold on to your hats.
Oh, boy. Here we go. She's a yes.
I'm voting yes. I sat through those Board of Health meetings, and I understood not letting kids under 21 with the flavored tobacco, but when we took it away from adults, and I found out like they chew flavored tobacco or whatever they do with it, there was this big interest. So, yeah, because I don't do it, I don't want to get in the way. Let the citizens decide what they want. So, finally, a yes vote. Huh? Good job.
We should just vote now. Anyone else have any discussion? Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So 2 noes. All right, well,
I was going to vote no on the other 2, but you pulled them.
moving on. Councilor Leonovich.
The Town Council moved that it be ordered that the Town Council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, Chapter 200 of the Code of the Town of Greenfield, Section 200-6.7, sign regulations by striking form Section 200-6.7, sign regulations Section E, subsection 5. No political advertisement or political sign shall be placed on any public property, including but not limited to buildings, land, fences, utility poles, or trees. Political signs shall not exceed 6 square feet in area. And placing with no private advertisement or sign shall be placed on any public property, including but not limited to buildings, land, fences, utility poles, or trees, except by permit of the Greenfield Board of License Commissioners. Further, by striking in its entirety, subsection 8, portable signs shall be prohibited. Portable signs are signs that not permanently attached to the ground or a building, or not designed to be permanently attached to the ground or a building, including signs attached to vehicles, trailers, or other movable objects regularly located for display, and by renumbering the remainder of the section. And further amends at the table of contents and index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance will be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the Code of the Town of Greenfield.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Councilor Leonovich, what was the committee's recommendation?
It was a positive unanimous recommendation with the Planning Board's amendment. And the amendment's on the following page, which is recommendation of the following words in the proposal amendment: no private advertisement or sign be replaced with the words no private sign or advertisement.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, that's been made as a friendly amendment, so that is the motion. Discussion on the motion as amended friendly. Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? See, we can all come together.
At 11:15.
Maybe we should have waited. No, I'm kidding. Councilor Leonovich.
That the Council of Greenfield hereby initiates the following zone change in accordance with MGLC 40A, Section 5. Amend the zoning ordinance, Chapter 200-7.16, non-commercial scale solar energy installations. C, accessory installations ground-mounted, by striking the words districts and permitted by special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals within the. This would allow small-scale ground-mounted solar energy systems in the rural residential RC, suburban residential RB, urban residential RA, and semi-residential SR districts.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. This is to initiate the zoning change, so this will go to EDC for further vetting. One thing we've been trying is to send these to them first, to have them look at them, decide if there's anything specific that comes up that needs clarification first, and then we'll bring it to initiate. So that's the process this went through. So hopefully it makes it a little easier and less confusing. Discussion.
It was a positive unanimous recommendation.
Perfect. Anything further? Seeing nothing, all is in favor to initiate?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Who wants to read the discontinue Eagle voting machines?
I will.
Okay.
That the Greenfield Town Council votes to discontinue the use of its Optic Eagle voting machine to begin the use of DS-200 voting equipment beginning on November 7, 2017.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. You want to just continue on and read the warrant?
The Town Council move that it be ordered. The Greenfield Town Council hereby approves the attached town preliminary election warrant for September 12, 2017, and further authorizes the Town Council President to sign said warrant on behalf of the Town Council.
Oh, actually, we have to read the whole thing. All the way through.
Town preliminary election warrant, Town of Greenfield, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Franklin SS, to either the constables of the Town of Greenfield, County of Franklin. Greetings. In the name of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of said town who are qualified to vote in elections to meet at the polling places designated for the several precincts and said town as follows. Precincts 1 through 9, Greenfield High School Gymnasium. On Tuesday, the 12th day of September 2017, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. for the following purpose: to choose by ballot the following town office. 4 town councilors at large, 4-year term. What?
Uh-oh.
No, wait, it is 4-year term.
No, not 4-year term, for 2 town councilors.
Not in September. Are you sure?
2 town councilors, 4-year term.
Yeah.
That's right.
No, because it's 5. I thought we'd knock it down to 4, and then 4 go on the ballot.
So this is the question.
Are we sure?
You're voting for 2 because any preliminary ballot must mirror the ballot of the general. However, it will narrow it to 4. It's the top 4 vote getters, but you can only vote for 2.
Okay. 2 town councilors at large, 4-year term, given under our hands the 16th day of August 2017. Brickett Alice, Town Council President. A true copy, attest. Constable, date of posting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Thank you, Councilor Ricketts.
Page 38.
I get it. Discussion. Councilor Pfeiffer.
Can you repeat that one more time, the 2 town?
Okay.
That
It's
way people-
2 town councilors at large,
Yep.
both for a 4-year term each.
Got it.
So the question is that in the preliminary, so there's 5 people running, 4 people move forward, but the ballot has to mirror the ballot that's going to be the general election. So you can only vote for 2 on either ballot, but the top 4 vote getters will move forward
Okay.
in the preliminary.
Oh, and
Then those 4 will be on the general, and you vote for 2, and 2 win.
Okay, I just wanted you to be on record so that people could
Yeah, no,
understand
it's-
that,
it's
because
good.
a lot of people are confused.
And I have a feeling they can hear us much better at home with these things.
I think so, too.
Anything further?
No, I'm getting messages.
Seeing nothing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to... presentations of petitions and similar papers, reports of committees, unfinished business, old business, new business. Can somebody read the first reading since Counselor Stemple is on vacation?
Sure.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, Counselor Maloney raised his hand, so yeah, go for it.
I just had my fun.
Your turn.
All right, let this serve as a first reading.
Use the mic, though.
Oh, yeah, right. Let this serve as a first reading. A sum of $15,000 to be appropriated from the Capital Stabilization Fund for the purchase of a new animal control officer vehicle.
Thank you. Any other new business prior to the one that's on here? Councilor Mass, did you have minutes, situation, dedication that you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, sorry so many people have left at this point, but I certainly understand given the late hour. I'd ask that a page be reserved in the minutes and that the minutes of this meeting be dedicated to the memory of Mary Poirier. Mary Poirier was the wife of late Selectman Robert Poirier. She was a long-term trustee of the Jenny L. Bascom Fund and a precinct poll worker for Precinct 8. She passed away today.
Councilor Ricketts?
I would like to set aside a page for Skip Hammond. He's done a lot for our public safety departments and sat on that committee for some time. And he's just going to be remembered for so many things, but he was truly there for public safety.
With no objection, we'll set aside 2 pages for the 2 individuals named. No objection, thank you. The last thing under new business that I had placed on here was to convene to executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation. It appears, and maybe Mayor, you could fill us in on that issue. I don't want to say too much in open session, although there has not been any. Well, why don't you fill us in, and then I can explain why it was put on the agenda. And people may have questions. Oh, hang on, let me turn you on. Oh, gee. Thank God the mic was off. Okay, try that.
Hello?
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you for positioning this item of discussion for the last page of the agenda.
At 11:23.
First, let me say that for an executive session to be called, there has to be actual formal notification or a threatened notification, and that does not exist. So we can't have an executive session, in my opinion. If there are any questions relating to GSET or any of its operations, I can speak to as best I can.
Councilor Mass?
Mr. Mayor, did the manager of GSET send an email to you saying that he was going to threaten the town because the town accountant had committed the crime of theft from the GSET accounts?
No.
What did that email from the GSET manager say?
I don't know what email you're talking about. We have a multiple number of emails that go between the GSET and the mayor, and GSET and the accountant and others.
Did the GSET manager send any email to you with the word theft in it?
Yes.
And what was the subject of that email?
The subject of that email is an internal discussion we've been having for the past 10.5 months regarding the operation procedures of GSET in the town of Greenfield. GSET is a Chapter 164 entity, and there are misinterpretations on both sides for the procedures in which we are to follow. Those have not been ironed out. It's been in deep discussion. The particular memo I think you refer to is the August 3rd email. It was a working document. It was leaked by one of the recipients to others, and it's still an internal document and a working document. So if you're referring to the language that occurred during that discussion, then I find it unfortunate that our proprietary, individual, and departmental discussions that are very transparent among us, and maybe less so now that they are leaked to people on the outside who pick up different ideas on how the operation is run. It is also a violation of the code of the town of Greenfield, 1998, for policy and confidential emails to be offline. I have that code with me now. I put my briefcase, I don't have a briefcase. I put my packet in the car, and if you want to wait, I can go get it, but there's a clear violation, and that is still in progress of being investigated internally.
Did the GSET manager accuse another municipal side employee of criminal conduct?
Did them, yes, using the term theft.
And did he indicate the possibility that GSET might sue the town?
Clearly you don't understand both sides of the discussion.
That's why I'm asking.
Right, and so Chapter 164 allows the town accountant and authorize the town accountant to give special information to the treasurer, and the process by which that takes place has been in debate, and attorneys from GSET and attorneys for the town have been discussing that, as well as attorneys from the Department of Revenue and other interested parties who have been involved with municipal light plants throughout Massachusetts. So the fact that in a municipal light plant, the withdrawal of funds from that account is not similar to enterprise funds. So when it is withdrawn, you need the permission of the general manager. When the general manager does not approve it, then it's theft out of one account. That's an opinion of one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is that when you accuse somebody of a accusation, then you need to back it up with some type of documentation. This is backed up by documentation by attorneys who are stating the withdrawal of funds is not legal. On the other side, the Chapter 164 calls for the accountant in a very specific way make an audit of all expenditures through the warrant process and the bill schedule. And there are three terms that I consistently get mixed up, but they have to do with the accountant may, in the discretionary way, decide if there is excessive expenditures. Mark, give me those three words. Excessive, unlawful, or fraudulent as to Chapter 164. So if the accountant makes that allegation, then the accountant has a process to follow. This is where we're having some internal discussions on policy, procedure, and legal interaction between an MLP and the city. Not just Greenfield, but as you know, you can look up any of the Templeton and DPU and Templeton and MWIC and a number of other cases that exist.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your explanation of the internal conflict and the dialogue, but my question was part of that discussion the possibility that GSET might sue the town of Greenfield?
I met with our attorney, the town attorney, Gordon Quinn, this afternoon, and the fact that there was an intent to sue the town of Greenfield was a reason to have an executive session to discuss that potential litigation. However, Attorney Quinn also told me that if there was not a intent, or if there was a verbal or written withdrawal of that intent to bring to suit the town of Greenfield and GSET, then there would be no threat, which would then cause no executive session.
So was there a withdrawal of a threat of intent to sue?
Yes, there was.
Mr. Mayor, do you believe that there has been criminal conduct by anyone in the accounting department?
I cannot discuss that.
Is it being investigated?
It is being interpreted. Interpreted?
What is the procedures for placing employees on administrative leave while you're investigating criminal conduct?
That would be a HR and legal question. So I wouldn't want to place anyone on administrative leave if I wasn't sure there was criminal conduct. Wouldn't you agree, Counselor?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not, Your Honor, sorry, but it's late, Mr. Mayor. I guess my concern is if there is a good faith belief that there might be criminal conduct ongoing, what safeguards are being put in place? It may not be administrative leave, but what safeguards are being put in place to ensure that criminal conduct doesn't continue?
Well, I can assure you there are safeguards in place already and have been for several months. And then I can't discuss the attorneys under the human resource law where personnel are involved. I can't discuss what the attorneys are doing and how they are discussing the issue.
Do you believe those safeguards have been effective?
I believe the safeguards are effective. What I'm struggling with as the CEO of the City of Greenfield is that we have an opportunity as the first telecommunications MLP to be part of MWEC, with the Massachusetts Municipal Wholesale Electric Company. And our obligation and our part of that, which has been a 3-year discussion with them, is to move to that level where we can purchase electricity from a generating source, if not the ISO or the next level below, which would save everyone in Greenfield who pays an electric bill anywhere from an additional 25 to 35%. So that's been kind of like the end game for this process. However, we cannot do that as the first telecommunications Chapter 164 to go into MWEC because we don't have a procedure set up between GSET and the town. In addition, MWEC, as it's called, has to go to the legislature to change their charter to allow telecommunications Chapter 164 entities to go into them. And now Greenfield is, as I mentioned several times, first, but we're also, there is also 40 others behind us. So this is all part of a benefit for not only the people in Greenfield and electric bills and cheaper purchase of electricity on the wholesale market for Greenfield, our Greenfield Light and Power Company, but for a number of MLPs across the state. This is deeper than I thought we'd get into, but
well, you're
it's a
going
long-range
into a lot of
plan.
questions that I'm not asking, but I appreciate everything you're saying because it's informative. The last question I have for you, Mr. Mayor, is you are the sole authority over the GSET manager at this point because the board has not been authorized by the legislature. I believe the council still retains the authority over term and compensation until that happens. Do you believe it is productive communication for the GSET manager who you supervise to communicate in such a way that poses threats against other town municipal employees and threatens suits against the town? Is that kind of a communication that would be appropriate for the director of that agency? Whether it happened or not.
I have to review those emails. I think they, in the, as I mentioned earlier, in the process of having a discussion, transparent discussion, so that everyone is free to speak at any level, respectful and civil as it is, then I think it's proper to have the opportunity for knowing that in these group discussions within the internal government of Greenfield that it's possible that something you say might be passed on to someone else, then I think that's going to infringe on the freedom that people have in the speech in their working groups.
Is there anything further from anyone over here? Or this way?
Except that we don't care.
No, I'm hoping people don't care. I mean, I could read the email. I won't, but one sentence, GSET is taking legal action against the town. That's one of the sentences within the email.
All right. And thank you for sort of reminding me. So that particular sentence involves the fact that the general manager of GSET has been informed by his attorney that if he doesn't pursue proper and legal procedures as perceived by Chapter 164 process, then he will be in violation. So who's in violation? And two attorneys are now discussing maybe nobody's in violation.
Does GSET have to follow the same procurement laws as the city has to follow?
That's a good question. Currently, there is, I would need to get back to Attorney Quinn. It's a yes and a no answer. 30B is not, is allowed to be voided by Chapter 164. And I think it's 3 weeks ago.
Has the GSET manager been required to pay for things out of pocket that he bought with money from the GSET account that is a town account that you know of? Has he been required to repay for things that he purchased that were disallowed for purchase since he's taken over? So has the GSET director purchased anything for GSET with town funds that ultimately were unable to be purchased with town funds, and was he then billed for those things?
Well, Elizabeth, why don't you come up? Everything goes through Elizabeth. She's a town accountant. Can you answer that question?
Right to your, you got to bring it right up.
Right up?
Yeah.
I'm short, so I'll move it a little bit.
Little higher.
Not to date.
Not to date.
No.
Councilor Mass?
Mr. Mayor, and if you can answer, Town Accountant, you indicated that you didn't know whether or not GSET has to follow the town's purchasing, the same purchasing procedures. To your knowledge, have they been following the town's purchasing procedures or following different procedures?
GSET has been following state procurement law since the beginning. I understand that 3 weeks ago, I believe, there was a change in the regulation by the legislature changing the procurement law. So that's what I thought the attorney said, Greenfield's attorney said. So I'd have to speak to Gordon again.
I just have one last thing. Would it behoove us to have a third party, such as the DOR, look at? I can understand that we would get a legal opinion on what we're doing from their attorney and a legal opinion from our attorney, and that's money that we're going to spend twice because it's a city department. Why wouldn't we have DOR come in and tell us exactly what we're supposed to be doing?
That's a good thought. It's already been done. Our town accountant has spoken to DOR. Our town attorney has spoken to DOR. They have not issued anything in writing, and they have not clarified. So we have a conversation link between DOR and the town accountant that was relayed verbally. And we have our town attorney who's spoken to DOR attorney and who had a conversation which resulted in no definitive language.
Does DOR do audits of towns for free?
You know they do. You've read the email, and you know...
Well, actually, it wasn't in the email.
It wasn't in that one, but there are other emails.
The only
that
email I have
you've
is the September 8th, or I'm sorry,
August
the
3rd.
August 8th email.
Or August 3rd.
August 8th.
So the question is, do we continue to try to work this out within the perimeters of the 21 square miles of Greenfield? Or do we try to work it out within the two departments within the town? Or do we make other extreme decisions that I would consider extreme and move on our way?
Councilor Ricketts?
I do have two questions.
You got to have the mic, though. There's probably still like one person watching at home.
Hi. Go to bed.
There's films at 11 tomorrow.
Okay, I have two questions. So when GSET gets a lawyer, are we paying for that lawyer? I mean, it's our $5 million we
Yes.
gave them, actually, so
Yes.
we sort of are paying for the lawyer, right?
Exactly. GSET pays for their own expenses, all their own expenses, including anything that they use from the town.
Okay, and then this email y'all talking about, I don't remember getting it, so
You didn't.
where did it go?
Who sent it?
That's what I'm asking, like, how do, you guys are talking about
Well,
something,
Brookett
but I
got
don't
it.
have it.
President Ellis received it, so who do you receive it from?
Oh,
It's,
so-
it's an email from Dan Kelly to Mayor Martin with 7 people copied.
Okay, and then it didn't go to full council because it's confidential, right?
It did not go to full council.
Okay. I guess
Who
I'm
was
just
it? I don't
asking
know
why
who,
is
I don't
it-
know who it was sent to. I only know that Brookett, President
It's okay.
President Ellis told me that he received an email.
Okay. I guess it's hard to be in, well, semi-executive session, talking about something only one person got, like, so we're all
Yeah.
sitting here going, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, I
You
don't
could
blame you.
send
I
us
mean,
home and
I
you
did
two
the
could
same
go to
thing when he
his
called me. I
office.
said, what are you talking about?
None of us know what's going on, so it's kind of, I mean, I know you have a lot of questions and the council floor is right. I guess I'm wondering, do you feel that it's not proper for the president and vice president just to go to the mayor's office and talk there first, make the decision whether to bring the whole council into it? Because you are bringing it all into us now, and you know what it's doing? It's actually stirring
Exactly.
up rumor. So now,
Exactly.
every one of us is going to go tell one person something, like, guess what, did you hear this was, because we just don't know what you guys are talking about.
Exactly, Councilor Ricketts, and I feel the same way. I feel like it's been a gotcha type of moment, and this is what's happened, and we got this information, and what are you doing, and did this happen? It's not quite like that. I mean, you don't get involved with some of the other issues we have in multi-departmental conflicts, whether it's the Board of Health and the planning and construction, whether it's accountant's office and assessor's office, whether it's treasurer's office and the accountant's office. I mean, there's friction at certain times within the town government, and we try to work it out internally. If you want to be part of the whole story, then you can come to our staff meetings, and anyone's welcome at any time, and we can be discussing these on an open, transparent basis.
So if Councilor Alice received it, President Alice, how does Vice President Mass know about it?
I have no idea.
I shared it with Vice President Mass.
What about the rest of us?
I will share it with the rest of you.
I think you have to now.
It's public information. Once it goes to President Ellis, it becomes public information.
Yep.
So it came from a working discussion, so one of the recipients obviously wanted to pass it on
To make
for
sure
a particular reason to the President Ellis, and that's obvious. And it's also obvious who did it.
Was it to
and
let
that's-
council know, or were they telling you, like,
Was what?
do you think? Like, did they want council?
I don't wish to reveal the source because the source feels that there could be some retribution.
No, I'm not asking you who the source was. I'm saying, do you think they sent it to you because they wanted the full council to know, or were they just tipping you off so you'll push?
They sent it to me because they were upset at the way they have been treated.
Okay. Got it.
Councilor Mass?
Mr. Mayor, I certainly understand disputes between departments, and typically the council does not get involved in interdepartmental issues. However, my concerns in this case is an allegation of misconduct that is fiduciary in nature, which we have, I believe, an obligation to investigate, or at least try to find out that there's an investigation going on and that there's safe measures in place. Second is the cost of 2 lawyers, both being paid by the taxpayers, and my concern, especially if that gets to the point of litigation, I guess my bottom line question is, I was under the impression that both the accounting department of the town as well as the GSET manager reported to you directly, and so that if you took a position, that would be the executive position of the town after your review of legal opinion that you believe is correct, and that you could order order your subordinates to act in such a way in compliance with the legal opinion which you recognized. Is that not correct?
Clearly, again, Councilor Mass, you're missing a ton of information. So, but from your specific perspective as an attorney, you can understand that you can't accuse anybody of anything without documentation, nor can you accuse someone of a particular, can you accuse somebody of doing something and then having a decision made adversely to that particular individual, allowing them certain types of legal redress, anywhere from whistleblowing to something else. So it's to insinuate that the mayor has not taken action is totally inaccurate, and to say that the mayor would take action without a good backup legal opinion, that would be extremely accurate. So I think that answers your question.
Councilor Ricketts?
I move to table until we all get the information. I feel like I'm part of some private club and I'm just eavesdropping, and I just don't feel comfortable with this anymore. We still have some public here, not much. I feel like we're almost smearing someone and we really don't know the whole story. It all could be true. I'm just very uncomfortable with this whole thing.
I am very uncomfortable as well. I mean, GSET has been doing a fantastic job. 100% of the nodes are out. 80% of the population is to be served, and the network design within the next 2 or 3 weeks. We've got an opening up from Beacon Street. There were smirks from some of you up there, and I'm going to tell you something. You do a disservice for all of the residents in Greenfield. You do a disservice. And anyone who wants to spend time picking a little tidbit of, I'll withdraw that statement. But the point is, international corporation, a $400 million corporation, is using GSET as their #1 poster child, an international corporation. Ruckus will have a press release on that soon. This is special, and so many people, not so many, a few, are so down on this whole process, some internally and some externally.
Would that be why you might be in favor of the one side, GSET side of the conflict, as you put it, because it's that special? Because you clearly are.
Yeah, well, you misinterpret that again, Mr. President. So I'll tell you something. That's the reason I have not acted so definitively, is because I'm waiting for multiple legal opinions. And when I do, there'll be action. It will be definitive.
Councilor Mass.
Mr. President, first of all, let me say I appreciate the mayor's position. You know, he's not an attorney. He's looking for, he can't come to a conclusion unless he has either consensus or a third party. And I am not trying to suggest at all that the mayor at this point, because I don't have any, I really don't know much. I saw the email and that's it. I really don't know the circumstance around it. That he has done anything that is inappropriate himself. But it does raise concerns. And it appears to me that this may be a personnel issue. And that if it is a personnel issue, it is an appropriate subject for executive session. And I would hope that, I don't think that it's appropriate to handle a personnel issue tonight without notice to people, but I would hope that the mayor might work with the council to discuss if this is really something that was more appropriately discussed in executive session, as Council President sought to have, because of the personnel issues or the legal issues. And I don't know if that's true. If not, this dialogue has to happen in public.
Well, there's personnel issues that you cannot discuss, whether it's an executive session or open session. So I would leave that to the HR director and Mark Smith, who also works with the mayor, obviously.
Councilor Pyfrom, did you have your hand up?
The only question I had was, we had an email on Monday the 14th for problems to the solution from Attorney Finn and Dan Kelly. Is that the same thing that we're talking about right here? Two different things? Okay, I just want to make sure. Just checking.
The chair will recognize Elizabeth if she wishes to speak. I've recognized Elizabeth. If you want some time, I'll recognize Councilor Weinstein. Councilor Weinstein?
I was just going to echo what Councilor Ricketts said. I feel like I'm sitting here politely listening. That there's a big fact out there that I'm not aware of. And so I agree with her that that may be the time to table this discussion until we have had a chance to get all the facts.
I've recognized Elizabeth, so if she wishes to speak, she can speak.
I just want to say that I take huge issue with this discussion because you're talking about personnel issues, and without knowing all the details, you're making it sounding like I'm doing something wrong, and that's not okay.
Mr. President. Councilor Birch.
If I was just listening to this and I heard two words, theft and accountant, I may not be looking at any other words associated with it. I support Elizabeth.
and this is for a conversation for my council colleagues, it's not for the people before us. It is a very serious accusation. And from my perspective, someone is seriously wrong here. Now, I don't know who it is, but if you're accusing someone of criminal conduct and you're wrong and you don't have the backup for that, that is completely inappropriate and that person needs to be dealt with. And if there is a fiduciary responsibility, that needs to be dealt with. This isn't something I want to wade into, but once I became aware of it, I felt an obligation to ask questions. And the mayor says he's getting to the bottom of it, and I hope he will have more answers for us at the next meeting.
I don't have any, I am not suggesting that you did anything wrong, Elizabeth. So if you took it that way.
Neither am I, and you read the email, so that's...
Yeah, I believe there's another party doing something very wrong. I absolutely do. And it's not Elizabeth, and it's not you. So we can leave that to...
Well, that's also been clear.
I
Your opinion has been hovering over the operation for several months.
Yes, after I was shaken down by Director Kelly for a raise, and he threatened to leave if he did not get paid more, and we called his bluff, and he did not leave, and then he has threatened in an email to sue the town of Greenfield as a town department. I take issue with that, and that's why I bring it up, because we gave this department $5 million, and I want it to work, and unfortunately, I think that there's something going on, and I don't know if it's illegal conduct or if it's just conduct that is causing a problem. But we as a council oversee the town when it comes to financial responsibility for things. We voted to give $5 million to a department that is a department that runs a department of the town of Greenfield. And we've all been sitting on this committee and on this council asking for some information that it's like pulling teeth to get. And I'm not trying to smear anybody or start any rumors, but the fact of the matter is I received an email that I would be happy to send to the rest of the committee because it is now public information. However, where the email came from, unfortunately, the sender of the email, who was one of the recipients to the email, is afraid of retribution by bringing it up. And I have been in contact with another person who feels that they are not targeted, but that they are being repeatedly threatened. This email, from what I was told by one of the recipients, was not the first time that they have been threatened by Mr. Kelly. That this is a long list, there is a long list of times. I think it's this body's duty to get to the bottom of what really is going on. And it's unfortunate that it had to come to this. I was hoping this could be done in executive session, which is why I put it on as executive session. But the fact that it can't be done in executive session because there was a notice sent to the town that the legal proceedings have been withdrawn means that they were there to begin with. They can't withdraw something that wasn't there. That's a problem for me. That's like the DPW suing the town. So I'm sorry that everyone feels like they'd been left out, and I'm sorry, especially to Elizabeth, for feeling like I or anyone else was speaking about you specifically, because I know I was not. So we do need to get to the bottom of it, and we do need updates on this, and frankly, this is the second threat that I've experienced firsthand by this director of this department. Is there anything further, or can we is there any motions for reconsideration? Yeah, Councilor Maloney.
So just a clarifying question, Mr. President. So where are we going from here? I don't understand. Is this something that would be discussed in communications from the mayor at the September meeting? Would there be a future executive session? How does this move forward or get resolved and some closure from this point on? What does that look like?
Well, the mayor has stated that he is looking into the actions and the issues that are going on, and that there will be legal opinions from two different attorneys on two different sides paid for by the town. One by GSET, one by the town. GSET is a quasi-town department. So I think we need an update from either the mayor's office or GSET, as long as he's not in litigation with the town at the time, at our next meeting. Councilor Mess?
Mr. President, it'd be my hope, and this is probably something we should discuss at chairs, but it'd be my hope that we would place this GSET, either personnel and or litigation, on the as an executive session on the next meeting, and that the mayor be afforded the opportunity to come forward with his human resources department, as well as any counsel that he feels is appropriate, as well as giving appropriate notice to the individuals involved for the purposes of executive session. They need to be noticed if it's a personnel matter, and that they need to be able to be present with counsel as well. It's a very serious matter, but the people involved have rights, and we need to respect those rights.
I'd like to just read the email, parts of the email regarding the executive session on the agenda from the General Manager, Dan Kelly. As GSET has not filed and given the town of Greenfield notice of litigation, I am not clear what discussions could be had. What I do see occurring is speculative discussion which would be publicly damaging to the town and to GSET, and potentially disruptive given our recent productive discussions toward resolution. I wanted to pass these thoughts along and let you know it continues to be GSET's desire to swiftly resolve this 11-month dispute without the need for legal action. So it wasn't a withdrawal, there was nothing filed. It was a discussion, and you got a context, or you get a couple phrases out of an email out of context. If you got multiple emails, then you know more of the story.
Anything further?
And to answer Councilor Maloney's request, I don't know if it was answered by Councilor Mass, but we'll respond at any time with an update status report of whatever you're interested in. And if there is specifically regarding the email that was leaked to the president, then that whole discussion and that group of people, when that is resolved, then the entire council will receive an email from me.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned at 11:59.
Oh, we almost had to post for another day.
All of our productions at GCTV are brought to you in part by The Arbors at Greenfield, assisted living community providing a unique balance of independence and personal care that offers residents and families the All of our productions at GCTV are brought to you in part by The Arbors at Greenfield, assisted living community providing a unique balance of independence and personal care that offers residents and families the most precious gift of all, peace of mind. Bay State Health, providing the care you and your family need when you need it close to home. Visit them online at baystatehealth.org. Greenfield Community College, providing access and excellence in higher education in the Pioneer Valley. gcc.mass.edu. Greenfield Savings Bank. Visit them at 400 Main Street in Greenfield. Call them at 774-3191 or go online to greenfieldsavings.com. The Hammond Family. The Hammond family are longtime supporters of Greenfield Community Television. Real Cleaning Services, cleaning Hampshire and Franklin County since 1972. We don't cut corners, we clean them. Check them out online at realclean.com or call them at 413-422-1143. New Fortune Chinese Restaurant on the Mohawk Trail in Greenfield. Visit them online at newfortunema.com Call them at 772-0838 and check them out on Facebook. People's United Bank, located at 45 Federal Street in Greenfield. You can call them at 774-3713 or visit them online at peoples.com. Thank you to our sponsors for supporting all the productions at Greenfield Community Television.